Good evening and welcome. So it is Sunday evening, and that means it's time for us for our weekly return to Factorio, and I'm looking forward to it. But it's been a rough weekend. I didn't stream yesterday, so I've been in school all weekend, and as such, I am just exhausted, blown away. My mind is just overloaded, and I needed to sort of calm down a bit. So the prospect of sitting here programming with hundreds of people looking over my shoulder and correcting my mistakes is a little bit intimidating. But I know that it's all going to be in good faith, and I think that my ability to spell in chat just illustrates where I am right now. Good thing you don't need much concentration to, yeah, for making recursive blueprints. Exactly, like it's easy. It's just casual, leaning back, that kind of thing. Yeah, so it's been a rough weekend, and then went straight from there to my family for celebrating Easter, and now I just got home, just got the kids. They're sort of settling in, just enjoying themselves with the kiddies, and then I'm I'm settling in here. So it's gonna be interesting to see how well I can perform under these conditions. And of course, the objective is just to have a good time and make some progress on our big ambitious project. So no worries. I think most people here understand the challenge of building a limited set of tools, such as companies must accept them in mistakes. Yeah, I mean, I also have someone to help. I already said Easter. Well, it's Palm Sunday. This is the but my kids are only going to be here until Wednesday morning, so then they're going to be celebrating the proper part of Easter. But they have Easter vacation from school, so they are here, and but they're not going to be here for the actual holidays. And because they're not here for the holidays, then if I had wanted to have a chance to celebrate with my family and my kids, then today was the only opportunity. So that's why we sort of had our Easter dinner together today. Yeah, but I have a lot of other Easter plans, and they're not sort of full of me going to church. But if you check the schedule, either on Discord or here on Twitch, you can see that I'm actually taking a lot of days off, and I think that's actually good for me to take some days off once in a while. And it just so happens it's not because I'm doing many things, or it's not because I'm doing going somewhere for 4 days in a row. It's just that I have different things going on every day, and then I just realize, oh shit, yeah, stuff is going on there. So that means we'll be streaming Monday, Tuesday, and then back Sunday. That is all that's going to be next week, and I'll try to get some YouTube episodes out the days as well. But it's just a lot of evening appointments for me. So I guess it's just also some people will have lots of time during Easter, and some people will just have normal week, and other people will just be busy with maybe traveling back to family, or maybe spring break, or I don't know. So give a short update on what's currently going on. That's kind of what we are gonna get to now. Yeah, so about the episode or this series here on Twitch, it is a Twitch exclusive series. I might do something on YouTube if it makes sense to do there. And the objective is to build a self-expanding factory. I feel that, well, the expansion is around the corner, sort of, hopefully. So there isn't a whole lot of stuff for me to do in Factorio, and I feel like I've done all the things I want to do. The only thing that is happening in Factorio at this point is it's about yeah, it's all about like super modded series, and I just don't enjoy those. I don't enjoy them for two reasons, and people keep asking me to play like heavily modded series, but I'm not going to, and it's for two reasons. One is I don't find it interesting. Just taking the base game of Factorio and adding 100 new recipes, it doesn't change the look and feel of it. Just means that then I need to make like integrated circuits, and I go like, integrated circuits need circuit boards that need something, and it just becomes like, look up the recipe, check the 5 new ingredients, those are now new subcomponents, and it doesn't change the basic look and feel of the game. That's one part. The other part is that even if it changes things with new things. Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you for the prime and welcome.
Building an army.
Then I am. Yeah, so I don't find that interesting, and the ones that really are interesting, well, it's just become so complicated. Like space exploration, super complicated, really well made, but it's also just a lot of big grind, and it has another problem, and that's the fact that if you come into the stream 2 hours in and go like, oh, I'm that Nidaus guy, I've heard about him, and then you open the screen and then you basically see a Factorio game, but something weird is going on, like, he's messing with circuits, like, that's weird. What is he doing with that circuits? Okay, oh, that's interesting. And you might not understand the actual circuits that's going on, but you recognize all the parts because they are all familiar parts, because this is basically a vanilla game. But if I played space exploration, you come in and go like, what's that thing? What's that recipe? What does that do? Why is it doing that? And unless you invest a lot of time in going back to watching all the way from the beginning and understand why I'm doing this and how, and oh, there are more planets and transport and fuels and rockets and parts and scans and all that crap, then you're just completely lost. And what happens from a streaming perspective is that the first will be like super hyped. Oh my god, he's playing space exploration. And then the next one, people who didn't join the first one, they will not keep up because I have no clue what's going on unless you already know this mod pack. And then on the third, there'll be even less because it's now going to be even more difficult to catch up. And the fourth and the fifth and the sixth and so on. And that means very, very quickly the viewership just completely tanks for a heavily modded series in Factorio, because you can't catch up with it without investing a lot of time on either YouTube or Twitch to sort of catch up. And it just means that on the one hand, the series, because it's more complicated, takes longer, so it's a 200-hour commitment. On the other hand, the viewership just crashes extremely hard. So it's an awful, awful combination. The fact that I need to invest more time, but viewership will drop off quicker. Like there, it's pretty self-evident, though I should not do that. Yeah, not just also small viewer demographic, but also you have to watch all of it to keep up, and that's just too much of an investment generally. You got power comb, that's true. Yeah, so so that's why I'm not going to play those heavily modded packs. That's also why, for example, the story missions is excellent, because it's heavily modded, but it's not heavily modded in terms of you don't know what's going on. You might be like, okay, so this is about destroying these hives, destroying this, or getting to that point, or something like that. But all the ingredients, you know what they do, you know what the green circuits do, and you know why I need to do that, and you know that now it's time to red circuits, and you can understand what's going on. And that comfort is just means that it's easier to watch, and easier to sort of catch up on. Yeah, so that's why. Modded Death Worlds might still be interesting, not for me, because I played some of the story missions here, and if it gets too stressful in terms of sort of always tending to buy it, then it just takes away from what I enjoy about streaming, and that's the allowing myself to get distracted, chatting, designing, building cool things, because it's just running around, patching walls, setting up the more ammo lines, that kind of thing. It's just, yeah. Is the game music high? It really shouldn't be that high. It is extremely low, but I do acknowledge that. I have been wondering, so I'll give the whole thing a little bit notch down. It might be the biter sounds are just a little bit loud when they sort of roll in with all the biters. So yeah, game music can be a bit high. Yeah, well, I'll take it a little notch down there. Right, so that's why am I going to end playing Factorio? Well, I hope that eventually there'll be an expansion. I'll be playing a hell of a lot of that and do more guides and tutorials and all that good stuff. At this point, I thought that this is the only thing I feel that I was missing, was how about automating the factory. Well, have we done it? No. Automating the building of the factory. So we're going to be using primarily one blueprint called recursive blueprint, which allows us to deploy blueprints from circuit conditions. That means we need to do circuit conditions to build the infrastructure and then identify what the base is needing, and then stamp down blueprints to build those elements that are needed, and so on and so forth. So that's going to be a big challenge, and that's something we are going to work on in small steps. I think that I actually created a website for it. Let's see, I think I did. Self-expanded base. All right, cool. So I'm just gonna ask a mod to copy link. Here we go. That one. Could a moderator please add that link to the workshop command, because then you can have a look at what it says on that workshop on the site. This is basically what I intend to do, how I want to do it. Self-replicating. What we have done, the first part is the self-replicating city blocks. That's what we have done. Then that included an algorithm to identify location of city blocks, to design the city block with trains, roboports, and power, and then the ability to call the function externally to create one city block. Already done. And then today the objective is going to be make the main decision loop. I think of it, if the whole base is going to be a full body, then what we have done now is the skeleton. And what we need to do now is the brain. So we need to today work on the brain that identifies how to identify, how to control a loop of logic that sort of, okay, this is what happens, now sort of filter through that loop and identify what different types of blueprints will be needed, and then sort of make sure that it flows correctly in and identifies and stuff like that. And that's going to be, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. And by a little bit, I mean a gigantic challenge. And that's going to be the challenge for today. We'll need to first sort of iterate to create a new city block. Once that's created, then we will need to identify what the city block will include. Then we will need to call a function to set down the specific city block that we have decided to build at that point. And then we need to also define all the types of blocks we want to be able to make. And then we want to do a test function to kind of say, oh, now we're going to be activating, so it needs a green one, and green circuits and red circuits, and stone bricks, or iron mining, or not iron mining, but iron smelting, that kind of things, in order to sort of figure out how to do this. And I guess that will also sort of connect to what you can, in our body analogy, call the central nervous system, which is going to be carrying information back to the brain on what is needed. Don't we first need a hub to supply all the components? No, I don't. Because we're going to use creative mode. The reason why I don't want to do that is because I won't be able to get started then. If I need that, that's going to be something we'll add on later. I want to be able to sort of make my minimum viable product is to be able to create city blocks, create the different blocks that are needed, and then from there we can then start adding mining, which I've taken out immediately, making a central hub, power identification, power expansion. You know, there's a lot of things that we can add once we have like a basic function. So in the basic function, we'll be having infinite resources, so they'll just be coming from an infinite location and then be dispatched to where they need, right? Yeah, so that's that is the part. Where you have to put everything on one belt and finish the game with it. I don't care. I don't care about it. I don't find those interesting. I don't find sushi belts interesting. I don't find kind of thing. I want to build efficient factories, not gimmick factories. So yeah. Yeah. Hey, Steven Stern. Thank you for the 500 bits. Thank you for the DSP early game hub blueprints. Make my life so much easier early on. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, so that's going to be our objective today, trying to find out how to build the brain of the operation and maybe even the nervous system no, not actually that. We'll just simulate that, and that'll be one of the next things to do. So let's jump on in. Another big part of this base is that it's going to be as much collaboration as we want, which means that if I'm going to get stuck on something and you have an idea, and then you open your own game and build a blueprint, then I'll be happy to take that blueprint into my game and then see how it works and maybe steal part of it, or maybe just steal it wholesale, or just go like, okay, well, maybe I can use some of it, or maybe I don't want to use any of it. But if that's something we've done last time, both with ideas and also something that we just included completely into the game. So it's going to be super cool. Tokens on belts. Yes, tokens on belts. And that just reminds me that I needed to, right after that, I need to add a mod, because that is one that was adding the token. Workshop. It's called Nido's coin, so wonder what that's gonna do.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Yeah.
Welcome home.
Factorio, and that goes to save files, and Factorio, and then mods, and go. And I'm just gonna go mods. Hello, Tristan. Thank you for the 1 year of a Prime subscription. Isn't there a refresh button? Okay, edit extensions and Factorio library. Wonder what that's called. Oh, wasn't it there? No, Nurse Charity Stream. Where is the coin though? We also had the power comb. Power grid comb. There. That's a minor thing, but just to make sure that our blueprints are neat when we stamp them down and continue to be neat. Hey Garrett, thank you for the 49 months. Amazing.
Returns.
Thank you.
Welcome home.
Loyal support. Oh, there you go. Nido's coin. We have that one. That should be fine. Then that should be okay. And then I'm gonna go into load, and we're gonna find that one. Let's have a look. Coin and power grid are enabled. It's fine.
A kind gesture.
Gottnade, thank you for the 28 months, and Silver Cecil taking the lead on the leaderboard. The leaderboard has been reset and it is completely clear. And now we have a few entries on the leaderboard. All right, so this is what we've done so far. This one is we did stop it. We were going to spend a little bit of time on figuring out what is going on here, because that's kind of important. Mysterian Zor, thank you for the Prime and welcome. And I see Everlist with a tier 3 for 18 months that got level 1 completed. Oh wow, you guys are streaming in. Thank you, Gynacube, for 20 gift subs. That takes care of level 2 actually.
More shall gather.
Got to check the box with mods enabled.
fray.
No, I think I did it. Didn't I? Episode
Our
2.
illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Stream number 2. And then I'm looking at this one.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Yeah, you're right. And then push buttons. No, where's the power grid comp? There. Alright, that one. Slug Magic, thank you for the 16 months. And Commodore, thank you for 24 months. That's 2 full years. New badge for you. Let's jump on in. Oh, you are the Power BI guy. Oh, interesting. Nice. Because we talked about that in the moderator forum. as well. So we are going to use, you can see there are some unfamiliar ones here. Let's just make sure that we have a big radar, that we're sure that we have infinite power, and then make sure that we have some big substations to get things connected. Not that I actually need this right now. Hey Gareth, thank you for the gifted 3 months to Bromtuck. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Wasn't it you who noticed that? What is the command? It's not E, it's that one. No, it's shift. No, it's that. There you go. That is the map editor. So I need to make sure that this one is not running. Correct. And I can't remember how I started it. Oh right, it's just pushing this button, then it works, then it gets started, I think. Thomas Byers, thank you for the 2 months. I'm watching a lot of Guide to Cube at work. Oh, nice. Awesome. Look at that. It's a small world. And then I get to... What is this weird icon here? What the hell? There. Okay, so... Why can I not get this one up when I'm in deconstruction mode? Isn't that weird? I'm usually doing that, don't I? What am I missing here? Ah, there. Okay, it was because I was on a tool part here. Cool. So what I'm going to do now is simply take away the build that we've done. That one? I hope that's fine. Yeah. There. Okay, so now we're back to square one here, and I'm going to go out. That still not. Yeah. All right. So we are going to look at our little bit of factory we have at this moment. We have some test things here and there. By the way, level 2, just a distraction away from the day to day. Nice. I mean, it's awesome that we can help each other out in that regard. All right, 60 seconds left on the hype train. We got like a smashing start, but then it kind of stalled out. So if just say if we get to a level 5 train tonight, then we will add another hour to the end of the stream. So thank you, Cement Cat, for the 5 gift subs, and we'll see Grundig. Oh, thank you for the tier 3 for 27 months. That was actually just counts as 5 subs. All right, so this is a Jeff S state machine. It's not being used, but it's just for conceptual points. I'm just doing this for 2 reasons, so that I understand it again, and then so you can go like, what is that thing? This is basically, it's a lot of circuits for a relatively simple thing. It basically makes sure that only one of these belts will be active at once, and then it will identify which one is active based on sort of the outflow from this location, so that when they drop below 100 in each of these belts, or drop below 150, then they will be eligible for going out, but the circuit ensures that it's only one that goes out at any given time. So it's kind of a way to control that you only do one at a time. This is one way of sort of controlling the state. Remember the green connections for the blueprint. Green connections like that. This one is our actual build, but I'm going to look at the other state machine. This is actually something I built, which obviously didn't work because I built it. So there's that. Do we not have any No, we don't. Oops. We lost some construction bots. Let's get some good construction bots here. Yep. Boop. There you go. They're gone. This one is block number. This one's also the test. Here we iterated some things. This is a Needles coin. Yay! Look at that. It's now a Needles coin running around on the belt. That's kind of what we want. Oh, for the push button. Okay, cool. Do you get more? Get more what? More as the game progresses. Of course, we need to build an entire base, and for now, this is not really a base. This is just, yeah, not really anything. Nope, nope. Yeah. Okay. Basically, the idea that I want to do, this is again another kind of state machine. That's actually weird. That seems to have fallen into an error state now. That's actually really weird. Why it is an error state here. It's locked at the 3 you have. If the interest is to balance... okay, I don't understand what you're saying. Alright, well, let's get back to that train. 2 minutes left on the hype train. We are getting to a magnificent level 3. How the hell did this one just stop working? Go in there. It's so weird. Oh, right. This, I think that was... oh, this part is... ah, okay. So this is just to control the flow out. So that's actually how it is. It's just basically here. Only one of these will be active, and they won't be active all the time. And it goes out and stops again. And then as this one flows all the way around, it'll go into the first one that's active. You can see now this one is active here, and it'll go in here. 60 seconds left on this type train. I guess we're not really going to get all the way to a level 5. But level 3, that's very nice, especially with how early we get here. This part is just a test. This is just to test to see a state machine. And what I've decided is I want to control it with a belt. So that I will control the state by having this Nilos coin run around, and then it'll sort of flow through some kind of logic. That's what we started up over on the next part, which I deleted. I wonder if that was important. It probably was, but I don't think I did much. Let's look at the stuff that's already there, and then we'll I'll show you how it works. The hype train completed. Yeah, so this one is a counter. This counts up. You can see it flows really quickly. It goes up to 600. And then starts over. So 600 is 10 seconds. And this one is just every 10 seconds, it'll send a command. So all I need to do is, first of all, I need to reset this one. I don't think I have a reset button for this. So my reset is kind of bad. There. So now it's reset, and then I will be dragging a belt in from here into that one. That will now get... oh no! Shoot, I'm missing the blueprint. Ooh. Where did the blueprint go? Paved city block. I just deleted it because it goes in here, and then it got deleted. Shit, that sucks. Well, I guess that's why we do this. Oh, now I also have a little more speed here. Okay, I'm gonna keep this one around, and then I'm gonna take all this out. Keep doing this. Like that. Yeah. Okay. This is kind of the logic I was building, and I'm gonna go away from this. All right. This one needs to be reset. Ah, now I don't do the same again. This blueprint is... Yeah, it has a name. There. City block rates. Okay, good. So I take this out. And then I stamp it down. So now it's reset. It's reset to 0, 0. Then I am going to build the blueprint in here. Here I will... This is also to illustrate how it works. You set a blueprint in here. When the blueprint goes into the blueprint deployer, it will be deployed based on this location. And then I have sort of an offset in X and an offset in Y. Here's the offset in X and Y to get us to this position. And then from there on, it will stamp down a blueprint. This counter will send a tick once every 10 seconds. And that will just be put in here. And then once it gets a tick, we'll see a little flash here, and it'll be... There we go. And then it'll go back. And then as that is being built... I guess, hope that's the first one. Ah, right. Yeah, only there we go. And then 10 seconds later, it builds this one. And I forgot to breed some robots. Do we have robots? Yeah, a few. $31. And then it'll stamp down the next one. There. And it'll be built by the in-house robots. And then it'll wait 10 seconds. So that's the first part. So this was designed by... What? Extra... Okay, so this one doesn't get moved. Extra trailing space. City block location. There, that's the... This is the algorithm made by here. So we need to be able to call this. And the way we call it is simply by sending a green signal on the red wire here. So if we can send a green signal on this red wire, it'll work fine. I will start by disconnecting it because I don't want it to run. But I just want to show you that this will then continue to make a spiral pattern. And it'll be all good. Yeah. Really? Is that? That sucks. So I have to go like this spot. And with this kind of design, there's going to be a lot of sort of iterating to get us anywhere at all. Good. So let's now go have a look. I'm just worried about going here. This is going to be like the essence of it. If I just bring a little coin. The idea is that I'll have a coin flowing around. I don't have any consideration about how it is, how fast it is. So basically it'll go through a logic. And then the first logic part will be, oh, do we need power? If so, then it'll go in here. So this one will only activate if there is a need for power, which means that in here, I can have some kind of logic that figures out if I need power. And if I need power, then it goes into this loop. And once it's done with that loop, it allows the coin to go back on the loop. Then it goes into a selection part that is basically sort of the first logic as well. And then maybe that logic feeds into a sub loop. And then I'll have that sub loop just iterating multiple things, right? Mine's of a token ring network. I don't know what a token ring network, but it's kind of a way to make it more visual and less of just a monstrous amount of circuits that's going to be hard to see. But this one we have like a physical item that moves on conveyor belts, and that is the logic That's basically where we are in the program. And I just really like that idea, even though it's not the most efficient way, then it has a certain Factorio and factory feel to it. Also, it's going to be easier to debug because we can basically go like, oh, let's set a breakpoint here. And then that's literally it, right? There we go. Let's just break it at this point so that it, basically, that means breakpoints become more of a physical thing rather than sort of, okay, I need to set a condition in this network in order to, and I think that's kind of a nice nice way to do it, right? This is excellent. Observability is a critical property. It's sadly lacking in a lot of software systems. Exactly. I want to be able to make something that you can help debug. And by having something that logically flows into power, flows out here, flows into smelting, so figures out that it needs to do copper smelting, makes copper smelting, then tries iron smelting, and then you guys can see, whoa, hold on a minute, you didn't build an extra city block. So now it's stamping the iron on top of the copper, and I was like, oh shit, that's true. If I just test it once, but if I then let the loop run multiple times, then oops, I start stamping things on top of each other because I forgot to also include the part that, oh, where's my logic to add another city block? For to build something to auto smelting, exactly, for something like that, for example. Here I have a little more advanced one, where I just at least try to sort of figure out what is it? What could it be like? I'm just gonna do that so it stops blinking. Then basically, I'll have add a new city block, and that's kind of what I'm thinking. I want to do add a new city block first. Hello, Akne, maybe. I right now I have one of the big first decisions is, do I build a city block and then go into the next loop that says, what do I put in the city block? And then figure out what to put in the city block. And once I put it in, then I go back on the loop and then go all the way over. Or should I go, what do I need on the city block? Or what should I do? And then what is the need for? And then iterate through things. And then I find that, oh, okay, it's green circuits, because it's always green circuits. And then it goes in. And at that step, I call the command build a city block. Once I've done build the city block, then I proceed to actually build the green circuit part. What do we think in what do we think in terms of, is it better to build the city block and then afterwards do a selection of what should be put in, or is it better to figure out and then once we figure out what we need, go into the city block? I'll try to illustrate what I think is the advantage and disadvantage. The advantage, or the simplification of adding a city block, and then next step is, what do we put in the city block? And once we put something into the city block, you have to reset the entire loop, because you need to start by building a new city block, which would, in the case of this part here, they would obviously have like be a return loop to the beginning. Then it would look like here, because it goes in and then adds a new. No. That would be, this one would be go in, make a city block, go back, then go into the command here about more iron, for example. But once it's done with more iron, it should not be putting back on the same belt, because then it'll also go into a copper. But I don't have a blueprint or a city block available, so I need to sort of reset the loop. And the resetting the loop would be inserting it on the return belt. So it goes all the way up, starts over, goes down here, and there might be some things that we can put in that will not force it to start over, but simply just continue the command. And then it'll sort of go down into the list of figuring out what are the things that we want. And then once it goes into one, I have to sort of eject it back to the beginning. That means the stuff further down the list will be less important. That's the one part. If that's when I do the blueprint, the add city blocks up first. If I don't have the city block up first, then I can allow it to go through the loop. Do I need iron? Yes. Build a city block, add the iron. Then then return back, continue the loop. Oh, I also need copper. Okay, build the copper, go in, go out. As I'm saying this, I realize that's not a good idea, because I will need to not just build the city block, but I also need to wait for the robots to be idle, which means this loop should be build city block, wait for robots to be idle, continue the loop. Otherwise, if I do it for every single thing, then I want to make sure that every single thing is waiting until robots are idle. And that means I need to replicate the is robots idle outside or inside every single loop, and I don't want that. I want the command to build city blocks. Like, this is good coding principle, I would guess. I would say that you don't want to have the same check in each function. You want to have the check over and the function, right? So, but if I only send, like, here, send green signal, and then I don't know whether I can continue to work on adding the green circuit or adding the iron city block, unless I also adding the iron rod, unless I also know that it has been built and the robots are now idle, then I can continue. Yeah, so I think I want it to be here. Yeah, don't repeat yourself. Exactly. Yeah, simple code is best code. Yes, we need simple code writer then. This needs to take into account that if you build a new city block, but for some reason don't put any content into it, that it jumps over the next city block part of the iteration. That's a good point. That's a really good point. So let's say that it goes down here, and then it says, nope, 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 and it goes back, and then it builds another city block. Like, oh, that's a mistake. So it actually has to sort of do a catch. That means the city block has to identify, is this city block I built actually being used? How will mining work? We don't know. I'm not going to build mining right now. That's going to be an add-on we do later on. A city block will produce one thing and all the subcomponents. It'll do one thing. It'll be basically how I want to do it normally, how I did it in base. It'll be like one city block does iron smelting, one city block does green circuits, one city block does science facility, one does green circuits, one does red science. That, like, one of each. I think it's easier that the city block and content blueprint should be merged. I understand that. But that's, again, then you are repeating yourself. Then that means that if I later on want to make a change to the city block, then I have to change 25 different blueprints with, let's add a light here. And that I don't want. So that's, again, repeating itself. Okay, don't repeat. No. Grundig, please repeat, because I miss a lot of things. Smelting city block as a command instead of building an empty city block and then building a smelting city block on top of it. Why do you need a building city block as a separate command? Because then it'll be a lot more complicated. Okay, I think two things, and it might not be good arguments, but one is, if I want to have one, or if I want to directly create the smelting or the red circuits or whatever, then I know I need it to be all of it included into this blueprint, which means it's a blueprint book. So I need to have a blueprint book, which I obviously kind of maybe do. And then I need to also send the command execute blueprint 27 in the blueprint book. Which, when I'm saying it, okay, isn't that a good idea? So you only have one blueprint book iterating around, and it's then that blueprint book gets bigger and bigger and bigger with more complexity. Maybe that's a good point. The other consideration is that, as I said before, if I figure out that I also want to put lights in here, then suddenly I need to go in and edit 28 blueprints instead of just going in and edit the template blueprint. That's kind of the one I think. But I do think that it might be a good idea to actually just have one blueprint book. It's possible to process 2 different blueprints. But yeah, okay. Mining is not done. Don't do mining. We'll have infinite resources. The merged approach seems simpler to set up, so you could if I did a blueprint book, because I know that in the documentation for this mod, if I just need to look at it, which I do, then that is Factorio mod, recursive blueprint. There, recursive plus. I love that it's my video. That's the first video when you search recursive blueprint. Then if I wanted to get a blueprint book, copy blueprint or blueprint book. The original blueprint must be in a chest or no. Okay. So if I said let's try this. If I now have a blueprint book instead, let's make a blueprint book. How do we make a blueprint book? That's not a what? Is that not an item anymore? Was it ever an item? What? Where's the item? Wasn't it? Didn't it used to be? All right, it's down here. Blueprint book. Thank you. Self-expanding factory. I think I like this design, this idea. We'll play with this. Confirm, and then I will do here. And then I want to kind of want to copy this here, and then the next one will not have this, for example. Right? So there's one with blocks and one without rails, right? And that means this one is 1. So now I want to get this started, and that'll be the blueprint book here. If I get this one started, like this, whoop, that's going to build the first one. Oh, right. Shit. Let's see. So in order to reset it, I just have to take out this part and then re-stamp it down. Ah, this one, it doesn't put that in blueprints. Damn. Okay, so now that's back to 0.0. Now I'm disregarding chat for a little bit because I want to just see this work. So that's the first one. Remember, you also need to scan the city block for ore patch into account. Yes, but that is 100 hours from now. Huh. Why is it not going? Why are you not working? It's not working. Why is it no longer incrementing? Oh, right, because this one is no longer filtering on the right target. There we go. Aha. That was important. Now it's a 0, 1. And then where does the next one go? There we go. Okay, so boop. 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, and so on and so forth. Yeah. Get that stuff built. Now we're seeing that this is this one being built, and I want to now get the second build, the second blueprint in here, the one without the stuff. So if I do, it just went through. I just iterate up to this one says a blueprint 2, then it should be the next blueprint should not have roboports or the inner ones. Fuck. Why? So it doesn't work. Why not? Okay, it doesn't work. I don't understand it. I don't understand anything, but that's kind of the usual here. Florox. Thank you for the prime. Welcome. I'm going to go back to the documentation, see why it's not working. So deploy blueprint from book. Construction bot signal selects which slot in blueprint book to use. If it is greater than the size of the book, the active blueprint is used instead. If it is greater than the size, a signal less than 0 mean cancel. A signal less than 0 means cancel deconstruction upgrade if there's a deconstruction planner. Of course, the minor signal is ignored when choosing the number slot in the book. Select nested books. To select the blueprint in a book, which may also be a book. Additional signal 1 to 5 indicate which slot to use for the corresponding nested level. Construction robot is considered as the 0 level. Huh. It should be, this should work. I don't get why it's not working. It is sending a signal of construction number 2, and that should be the second blueprint, unless it's 0, 1, 2. We'll try that. Otherwise, it'll select the active one. Oh, right. I see why. Because it's not actually. I just deleted it up there. I'm an idiot. Thank you. I know that chat is full of this junk now. This one goes away. Okay, so yes. Now that's deploying 2. Let's kickstart it again. Let's see where we are. Hey, it works. Woo! There we go. You must remove the labels. There we go. I DM'd you in Discord about tips for new streamers. You said you would answer it live to get the message out here. Yes. Welcome. This is not the easiest time to just take a look at that. But I'll be happy. I promised you to give an answer, so I'll just let myself get distracted by that question because I love that question. I'm gonna give a little bit of a interesting how. Oh yeah, of course they're not gonna be built out there. Okay, so there might be other people in chat who are also sort of considering streaming or considering content creation in general. I can say that I met a guy at the study, at my studies here in the weekend, who's also really interested in it. And when I talk to him, I get a little bit worried. No, I didn't get a lot worried because it's not for the right. It's not for the right reason. So I'm going to use him as an example to start, and then you can sort of you can sort of see all the things that are wrong. So he was like, okay, I'm going to build I'm going to do a podcast about this topic. Okay, cool, awesome. Yeah, and I contacted a guy who can do 3D modeling. Okay, yeah, and then we'll have built these 3D structures, or so that we can showcase in a 3D space what's going on, and then we'll record it on YouTube. And then I know a guy, and he has the back room, and we're going to be setting up shops. We just need some green screens, and we need some cameras. And I know a guy who can get cameras, and then we can. And I know someone who knows someone who's the wife of a friend of someone famous. Then we can get him to come on in to one of the shows while we do this. And I'm like, you'll never get started, right? There will always be an excuse before actually getting started on this. And the beautiful thing about content creation is also the worst thing, in terms of you really want your first video to be good. Oh man, I want it to be perfect. I want the sound levels to be perfect. I want the camera, the green screen, the lighting, everything. I want the script to be so crisp. But the best and the worst thing is you don't have to, because no one's gonna watch the video. It doesn't matter how good you make the first video. It's still gonna be shit. But don't worry, no one will watch it, so it's okay. Therefore, wow, that's disheartening advice, right? But that means the biggest hurdle in terms of a new content creator is try it. Just get on with it. You can get by with a shitty mic, a webcam, or a phone, and just some basic light. Even I use lights from IKEA. There are $10 lights from IKEA. I could buy really professional lights, but kind of gets the job done, right? And it's not going to be that's not going to be it. Like, people obsess about the best microphone, and I can't start streaming because I need to save up $300 for the perfect camera, and then I need to save $200 for the perfect background lighting, and then I need some wall insulation, and then I need a backdrop. And yeah, no, you don't, because there's no one who will go into a stream with one viewer and go like, I love this, but the sound levels are a little bit off. If only the sound levels, if only he had a better edge shadow or edge light on his face while he was streaming, I would have stuck around longer. So don't care about the technical stuff, because the biggest part is get some experience and figure out, do you like streaming? Do you enjoy this? And do you enjoy it even though no one is watching? And if you can do that for 3 months, then you can continue. But if you obsess about getting started, then you're probably never gonna start it, right? It's like you want to start exercising, but I need that. I want to ride a bike, but I need to save up for that perfect bike, because I'm not gonna go out unless I have the perfect bike. It's not gonna be the bike that's holding you back. Just jump on a bad bike. It's not gonna be that 200 gram lighter that the perfect bike is. It's gonna be the fact that, are you gonna get up and get in your tights and go out in the pouring rain? If you can do that on a shitty bike, you can start considering saving for a good bike. And it's the same thing with streaming. So that's the technical side of getting started, whether you actually want to be a streamer. And then the other disheartening, I don't want to give like false hope in terms of the prospect of being a streamer. There are 9 million active streamers, and by active I mean someone who streamed in the last month on Twitch. 9 million. And when there was this leak, I was number 1254 top earner among 9 million. And I couldn't live off of Twitch alone. So that means if you want to make it and live off of Twitch, you have to be in a position where you are the top 1,000 among 9 million. Or maybe top 2,000 if you don't have extravagant expenses like I do. And even then, you're probably not really going to make it, right? So the prospect of making it as a streamer is not very good. You might as well start playing professional sports and then go like, I want to make a living off professional sports, because it's probably better odds of it. So with that regard, you have to do it because you think it's fun. You enjoy it. You enjoy it even if there's 10 or 20 viewers, but that's not going to pay the bills. So you have to do it. You have to do it because you feel you want it. And this guy was talking about, he was already thinking about like exclusive content and subscription models. And I'm like, you haven't even produced a show and you're starting to think about exclusive content. And there will always be some survivorship bias about someone who did that and made it in big, and but that's survivorship bias, because for everyone that makes it, there's going to be a million who did exactly the same and didn't make it. So that's the one part. The other part is, and that's the part, you do all that stuff, you ignore all the stuff, you start the stream, you load up, and you're gonna be enjoying Fortnite, and I'm starting up a stream in Fortnite, and you're super pumped, and you have the best jokes, and no one's there. No one's there. You're in a category with thousands of other streamers. Even if you're a category like Factorio, then you will have one viewer, and that's basically your own self to check if the stream is still live, because no one in chat will talk to you, because there's no one there. So you have to think, why do people come to your stream specifically? And it's not just from build it and they will come. That's just not how it works. It worked like that 10 years ago, and when you see some of the people who've been around from the beginning of Twitch, basically, if you streamed every day, you have now 10,000 viewers watching you do whatever the hell you want, because you've just been around for so long that back then there were only like 5 full-time streamers, and you're still around, so you build an audience, and people sort of become comfortable with you. And like, if you think about someone like Carnage, he's not very unique. He just like does solid work. Or Dance Gaming, like, they have really good audience, and they're not unique. They're not doing anything particular. They're just sitting there playing games, just taking whatever game is the game of the week, and they do a solid piece of work. But if they started today, they would have 0 viewers, because there's nothing unique about what they do. And yeah, so you have to have something, and you either have like the biggest personality, the most viral content, or you have a YouTube channel or TikTok channel or something like that to get people in the door. And it's much better, easier to build an audience off stream and drag them in. So my first little boost of popularity was actually my self-replicating factory, my trailer for excessive automation, which got thousands of views. And before that, I got hundreds of views on my YouTube video. And that sort of allowed me to build a brand in terms of, and then I did the tutorials for Angels Bob's mods, and then people started playing those mods, and the tutorial linked to my videos, so people found my channel. And like, I found a niche, and then I exploited the hell out of that niche, and then I could sort of leverage that. That's also why if I start playing a random game tomorrow, I will have an audience, because you guys some of you will watch it even though it's not Factorio, just because I've become familiar with this guy. I may even like this guy, and I like his take on games, but it could be any other player. And whatever game I play, there will always be someone who's better at it. But hopefully you like my style and my random rants like this. So if you want to be a streamer, start a YouTube channel or TikTok channel, because you need to get people in the door, and you need to get started to figure out if you like it before starting investing in equipment. And that is like the most disheartening advice I can give, because you might as well start playing an instrument and hoping you'll be a professional musician, or start playing soccer and expecting to be the next insert random popular gamer. So you have to be able to enjoy it for the sake of it, and then maybe slowly you'll build up an audience. And there can be a million ways of doing, like latching onto someone else's community, and then sort of streaming on other times. Like, for example, if some of the moderators that you now know from my stream started streaming when I ended my streams, then they would probably get some viewers just from that fact that, I know this guy. Okay, well, I know him from Nila's chat, then I'll just check it out at least. And then even then you have a little bit of an edge. And the bigger you, the streamer you can be part of their community, the bigger sort of follow-on effect, right? I mean, whoever was the random dudes helping Mr. Beast out, they are multi-millionaires today. Because people know them from, oh, that's the Carl guy from Mr. Beast video. And he probably has millions of subscribers already. But is he popular by itself, or is he popular by proxy of being close to Mr. Beast? And there's this sort of trickle-down effect, I guess. So, very disheartening. So, you have to do it for fun. And undersound. So, is just stuck in thinking how this is supposed to work, and this is just a tangent rant. Stuck in thinking how this is supposed to work. Really? What? I was asked a question that I had explicitly said, come to my stream and ask the question. So when the person comes to my stream and asks that question that I said, please come to my stream and I'll answer the question, then of course I'll answer the question. Start drama with a big streamer. Yeah, that's also kind of it. Or get already 200 subs. Then you're not a starter streamer. You're already way bigger than most, right? 200 subs, that's amazing. That's a lot. So that's a completely different context. So that is a different thing. But I still think that the part is, how do you get people in the door? Because if you're not the top 1, 2, 3 in a category, you don't get viewers from Twitch by itself. If you're one of the biggest streamers in there, if people come in and click Factorio, then hopefully it'll be one of the bigger streams-ish. And then hopefully someone will click on the stream if they don't like speedruns, I guess. Yeah. So if you're not already there, you gotta get people in the door. Anyway, there's a apocryphal story of the pottery teacher who told one class the grade would be 100% the quality of their best pot, and a different class the grade would be 100% by weight of all the usable parts made in the classes. At the end, the by weight class were cranking out better pots than the single good class because they started right away rather than worry about doing well. Yeah. That is I don't know, it's a good analogy, and whether it's true or not, I think it makes sense. $28 streamers with 5 or less viewers in the Factorio category right now. Yes, and that's a good symptom. And try doing the same analysis for Fortnite or League of Legends or Valorant or anything else, or flavor of the month stream, and then you'll not see 28. You'll see thousands upon thousands of people who probably are really, really good at Fortnite or Valorant or League of Legends. But if you're not the top 1%, and even the top 1% is probably not even good enough, then if you're not, like, if you are sort of, oh, this guy is the top of the ladder, if you are the best at something, you will get viewers for being the best. And the same if you're starting in Factorio and you want to make it, then just beat the world record in speedrunning and you'll get viewers. Just do that. Just become the world's best Factorio speedrunner, and then you'll get audience just from the fact that, oh, do I want to watch Nephrons, or do I want to watch the new guy who's just 3 minutes faster? I'll watch the new guy because he's better. If you are competing in the space of speedrunning, you have to be the best. Generally, right? It can also be some entertainment and stuff, but speedrunning is about being the best, or competitive PvP is about being the best. And if you're not the best, then you gotta work a lot to be the funniest, the most engaging, whatever. Yeah, so. How to remain stable? I don't know. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it, so I don't know. YouTube, I can do it because the act of making a video and the popularity of the video are in principle detached. I can make the video and enjoy making the video, cutting it up and making it and then putting it there. Whether it gets 1 or 100 or 1,000 views, the enjoyment of making the video is the same. but the enjoyment of streaming comes very much from the engagement. And if I don't have the engagement, then what am I doing? Then it just feels really difficult to sit and talk to yourself. So I couldn't do it, and therefore I couldn't see how to do it. What about unfamiliar games? X4 DLC Kingdom? No, I don't know. All right, now I'm gonna just a little bit skip the chat a bit because I really want to go back into the game a little bit with my my tangent here, and then come back into and also do some Factorio stuff. So we have this one working now. We now know that we can enter a blueprint here, and that blueprint will then be, there we go. So this is going to be copied, and then I should go, then I should basically be able to have different blueprints here. Then this one should, for example, be called so now first I make a template, and then this one, for example, is iron smelting, right? I'm not going to design this blueprint yet, but I just want it to be called iron smelting. Then I can copy this and call it, I don't know, copper smelting, for example. I didn't click it here. There. So we'll have these blueprints here. Before any bold moves, maybe create a backup blueprint book. Save a copy in the previous book in the store in the library. Yes, good point. Good point. Appreciate it. You know how bad I am at this. There, self-expanding. Good. Already there. Like seconds later, I just messed it up. I wonder why I didn't build this one. Huh. Oh, construction bots are gone. Again. Oops. Oops. All right. The 100 by 100 is Robopod reach. Yes, that is exactly it. Really, is that Twitch has removed the programming category, which was larger than science ignore, and then 5 years later added software and game development. Hated so much. Oh, really? Why? Why? Okay. Hello, Loki. Awesome playing through the.
Our illustrious champion returns.
And Jesus Fistus, thank you for the 12 months. 1 year. Amazing. Thank you. And then we have, I don't know, can we call it brick smelting? But I guess we should call it brick smelting.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
If I put it down here, yeah. And then I should have. It would actually be really good to figure out exactly how many we need. So I'll make these, and even though it's a little bit, I don't know, silly to do that, this much work right now, but I think it's important. Well, it's something I have to do at some point, like get a sense of all the things I need to do. We also need a plastic one.
Our illustrious champion returns.
I don't know what I did.
Welcome home.
Oh shit, what did I do? Inventory, maybe. And official, so thank you for the 32 months. Missed the stream last week, but this is right up my alley as a programmer. What sort of debugging tool do you intend to have? There is no debugging tools, but I intend to have debugging tools in terms of sort of having things controlled by a flow of a token on a belt. So that'll be more visual of where in the machine we're at, and then have sort of small programs that do something, and that will be sort of self-contained. That's a function, and but it's going to be a difficult part as in terms of how we do debug. Debugging is going to be one of the harder parts. And then I think I'll do, I don't know if plastic should be here. I want to get some good categories. Plastic, sulfur, sulfuric. I think those two will be the same. I'm not sure, but I think so. It makes sense for me that they're going to be the same. I can actually just look in base in a book, right? Oh no, there's too many things. Steel, green, plastic, red, oil refining. Oh, lubricant is also in that one. I kind of think I want lubricant in that one as well. That one, modules, nope. Not batteries might be a thing, yeah. Not sure if that's correct, but let's toy with that idea. Oh, that's not an alt tab. I can do this. I can. Solar panels and accumulators. Do I want to build that in one stuff? Yeah, I can. No, not yet. Not at this point. I'll have that as infinite. This as infinite. Low density. Satellites, control units, rocket. Low density and control units for sure. And then rocket silo as well. Rocket fuel. Rocket control unit. Low density structure. I wonder if it counts like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and so on. Or if it counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's actually interesting. We need to test that. Rocket. I think I'll build the satellites in here. Is this going to on YouTube? It's going on my my VOD stream, VOD channel eventually when I get around to it, and it'll be sort of when we have some kind of thing to summarize. It'll go on YouTube as well. It'll be like summary episodes on YouTube, but not as a tutorial, but more as a showcase. Okay, so that's like rocket things. Remind me of what else we would need. Oil processing, don't think so. Oh, science. Kind of need a science. Nope, 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 nope. I don't know what that is. Nope. Yes. All right, so we need a science facility, and we need one for each science. I think we'll skip military for now. Yeah. And that's kind of it, right? Yes. Yeah. So that's going to be 5 different sciences. And then we'll also be done, I think. And then I'm going to see if I'm missing something. Modules. Eventually, yes. I think I actually want to make it red, green science in one. because it's going to be so... They're so limited amounts. It's just iron, copper, and green circuits. Then I can do both. Yes. Red and green. Blue. Purple. It's so funny that we call them colors, except for one. Military. Right. That's actually going to be switched around. Yeah, and then one more. Science labs. There we go. What about yellow circuits? Yeah, what about yellow circuits? That's a good point. What about them? Okay. Here is a question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Probably have a few more. Remember to back up my book. Yes. But I also do that in save games, actually. As long as I keep it in here, then I'd much rather back them up by having a save game. There. Because now it's in the save game instead of keeping it up here where I inevitably get confused by it. Right. So the next thing we want to do is take a break 20 minutes ago. Thank you for reminding me. Moderators, where you at? All right, I'm going to take a short break. Once we come back, we're going to test to see how it iterates, whether it counts the empty spaces or if it counts sort of, it clumps them up and does it in a sequence. That's going to be a little test for us. Then we want to basically start working on a good way to do the logic build, and that's going to be the majority of it. Cool. All right, break. Thank you, Factorio Musculator. Awesome. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you all for joining. Be back in a bit. And welcome back. Thank you for joining, and thank you for helping me on this quest. All right, so the first thing we need to do is, let's say I will not make this mistake again, because that's the last time we'll do that mistake ever. Right, so here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I, for example, issue command number 7, then I want to know if it takes this one as number 7 or it takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So do we need to make something unique about this? So if it is 7 and it counts empty spaces, I hope that's what it does, then it'll be missing the top two blocks. If it counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, then it will miss the lower two. And anything else, then it'll just be weird. So I need to go into here and set that to deploy the 7th blueprint. This is 1 by 2, and I need to reset it then. There we go. It's now reset to 0 by 0. We are going to be starting it up. That. What did that tell us? First of all, what the hell happened to our blueprints? Oh, there they are. Oh, right, it can't build the top ones. Okay. So, that means... I keep doing that. It's... because I have to left click, right click. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Missing the top two. Okay. Woohoo, we know. It counts empty spaces. That is good because that means this part, if I find out that I want another thing up here or I'm missing something, then I can basically now say there's the smelting stuff, there's the circuit stuff, there's the chemical stuff, there's the rocket stuff, and then there's the science stuff. Cool. Now they're all the same. And wouldn't it be nice if we... Wouldn't it be nice if when we stamp down a blueprint, it would actually say, like with text plates or some kind of thing, so that I could look at it and go like, oh yeah, it did print the iron, and then, oh yeah, it did print the copper, and oh yeah, it did print the something. That would actually be really nice. For expandability, you might want to consider nested blueprint books. Gives you more spaces for additions. You're absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. I'm not going to do it though, Torman. Probably need a power blueprint. That's a brilliant idea. There. City block. That's definitely a top level. Sweet. Well, you do know that it's not just because it was you suggesting it, but it's one of those where so I understand that it's a good idea. It would be more expandable, more supportable, but it would also add extra complexity to this part. And right now, I don't think I need it. I will then have to redo some things if I find out that nested blueprints would be more durable way of working. Do you tell it? Yeah, you can add sort of indexing, and it can go up to 5 different sub blueprints. But this thing, I'd actually rather have it like this. I think, as long as it can continue to add, it can't. But this is easier to read than nested blueprints, and also a hell of a lot easier because I keep forgetting whether to right click and left click. So I'm gonna stick with this. This is the empty city block, and it's also a template. How would I make it visible what blueprint I'm stamping down? That's so weird. Okay. Let's start working on the main loop. Now, what we need to do though is is kind of a lot simpler because we don't. All we need to do now is send a signal with the number. We basically just have to send a green signal and a roboport signal, right? No. Oh, look at that. Here we have the timing issue. Oh, dear. Okay, now let me explain this very carefully. If I send on one tick a green signal to flip this over, and on the same tick send this signal here, number 7, what will happen? On this tick, this will activate, it'll grab the blueprint book, it'll shift it over, and then when it goes over here, the signal is no longer there because it was only for one tick. So I have to make sure that I send the signal for multiple ticks so that it both activates that and activates here. Just iron furnaces, yeah. Or maybe add a blueprint that does that, like text plates, for example. So how would I do that? That would actually be really interesting because I would need to, let's just, Will this be contaminated by having a green signal in here? I'll show you how it won't work. Roboport here. Just do number 1, right? So now this one is at 1, 0, so if I press this button, this is a push button, so when you press it, it just sends a signal for one tick. And I guarantee you it won't be putting anything out. It'll increment here. That's not it. It'll increment here. But nothing gets built because it only sends the signal in here. Right, okay, well, even if I did that one as well, then it probably wouldn't work, but let's see. Yeah, it still doesn't do it because it sends a signal into this one, which goes in here, but it only sends it on the same tick as it moves. So that's not working. You just use a memory cell for selected blueprint and then reset it by block outsider. Not a problem at all. I'm not getting stuck as in, oh my god, this can't be solved, but I'm getting stuck as in, whoa, here's the thing we need to encapsulate in however we do it, right? But it's a good point. How do we build a memory cell with a reset? Damn, how did we build a memory cell? We did kind of mess around with that last time. I need to be able to remember this, but I can't. Is it an SR latch? Or does the SR latch only store 0 1s? It just holds a true false statement. Yeah. I know that's probably a million people in chat already going like, ah, there it is. That's really weird. Okay, so I got to a page with that was just talk about it instead of actually doing it. Huh. Just a memory cell. Decider combinator condition red equals 0. Output robots input count. Okay, let me just build it out of that, Grundig. When is the condition with red equals 0? Red? Then input count of robots. And then I need to get a push button. I'll also get one of these because it probably doesn't really work. And then this one gets robot signal 5. And then it's linking in and out, right? So I don't have anything, and if I do it, then it stores the 5. And then if I take another one of these and then get it to 3, 2. Then it goes to 7. Yeah. Oh, it actually makes sense because it, yeah, shoot it. It will, flow-wise, it will be flow-wise, it'll be, okay, we've identified that we need green circuits. So go into the green circuit. As it enters the green circuit and identifies that, yes, it needs a green circuit, this one will push the command out to green circuit. This will activate this together with the green signal. I'll also be sending a green signal, which... No, I won't be sending a green signal here. Then that goes out and goes into the central command, issuing the deployment of blueprint number 5. And then as I complete the blueprint number 5, it'll go back onto the loop, and then that will be corresponding to sending the red signal, which will reset it, which means that now doesn't know which one it no longer knows what blueprint to deploy. And then as it goes into the next loop, it'll know that it stores number 2. Okay, that means for a basic loop, we'll do the very basic loop. Since we're not going to use this one anymore, I think I want to take this out. Okay, off you go. I'm going to build it for iron smelting, for example, and then we'll basically just build the... It doesn't matter what it is. It actually now doesn't matter at all what it is. So it doesn't have to be template function. Good. So that's just here. What happens is we're going to have a global command coming in on the green wire. The green wire will identify the needs of the base. So if it needs something, it'll send a command in here. Then that command will go to here. Oops. I'll be using this. This one is now coming on the green wire. And thank you. This one will now trigger when iron is greater than 1. Yes. So when iron command is greater than 1, this one will trigger. Yes. If you want to send a blueprint, I've sent a blueprint for the construction room. Thank you, but I want to make it myself. That's kind of the core of it. If I get it stuck or you see something that clearly I'm missing, then let me know, because I kind of need to do a few things here. So it goes in, and then I need to sort of have a test function here. That one. Let's build it up here. This one will be off, and it'll send a green signal. Cool. So now we have no signals here. And yeah. So as I enable this, I now know that it's enabled. Good. All right. That was one thing. Actually, I do need to insulate this because I don't want the signal flowing from here, because I also want to read hand content as a pulse, and I don't want that pulse to go back out to the network. So I do need to have a filter before going into this command here, and that filter is just making sure that I don't leak the signal that I carry inside the function back out to be a global function. That's basically, with my limited programming knowledge, I don't want to make sure that I define my variables inside the function instead of defining everything as global. If I allowed this green line to connect here, everything would be global, and then it could interact with other things that I can't cope with. So I'm going to keep inside, which means that I can reuse the same variables inside each function, because I know they don't leak out and leak into the other functions. I don't think leak is the right word, but that's kind of how I feel like. It just goes each to each and then multiplied by 1. There. So whatever comes in, goes in, and that goes out here. Sweet. What is that actually called in propagate? Propagate. Propagate makes it sound intentional. Leak makes it distinctly sound unintentional. No external mutation, like a true functional program. I always wait tears of joy. Oh, it's good. Scoping and encapsulation. Encapsulation. Oh, that's so nice. Oh my god, my variables are leaking. That's not the professional terms for it. I think you might have an issue with the scoping and encapsulation. Ah. All right, so what happens here is I want to send, as it goes in here, it needs to trigger something. It needs to go, yep, we have identified from our network, our nervous system, that we need iron. Yes. So go in here. Now trigger the iron function. Then that will actually be reading that it's picking up, which will send the content as a pulse. Then I will have this pulse going into, I don't know, I think I kind of want it to be more flat, more sort of inwards. Yeah. I want to see how little space I need for one function and then work on it, right? It'll read the coin. Yes, it'll now read the coin signal when it enters here. And that means I kind of want a little bit of space so we can read it, and then we can actually compact it a little bit afterwards, I think. So this will stay on the green wire. And then it'll read, oh shit. Yeah, that might have been something that's forgotten. Yeah, unfortunately we can't use the coin unless we also get a command in here to get this as a coin. I don't know how that would work, but the coin doesn't have... Okay, if there's a moderator, if you can help me add in the moderator tech chat that we can't use the coin unless we actually have a buildable coin. If we can't build the coin, I think that's how it is. If you can't build the coin, it doesn't have a signal We need to be able to have a signal for the coin, and for some reason there is no signal for the coin. So changing the coin icon isn't really enough. We have to do something else. So we'll have to do a landmine. We'll have to unfortunately program the whole thing with a landmine instead. Boo! Because that's kind of the same. Ugh, it's not very visible, is it? Too bad. We're gonna landmine it. If a landmine is greater than 0, then take the input count of this will then be dictating that, for example, now for our sake of purpose, that would be 6, 7. That would be number 7 for the iron smelting. So that would send a signal here, 7. Now that means when this one picks up, and I also sent, I think I actually need an everything signal, everything coming in, because I also need to send the green signal. And now that signal needs to go out, because that becomes a global command going out on the red wire. And then I definitely want an icon here. No. Definitely want that. That is going to be landmine, greater than 0, use color, good. Whoop. Let's see what happens. Did it blink? Did it blink? Didn't see it. We'll see if that blinks. Yeah, it does blink. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so we think that works. But we do need to... I know I'm missing a condition here, but that's fine. This will now have a running time because of the length of the part here. There. Here it is. Blink. So now I need to just see if we can get it to actually do this stuff here. Alright, I need to have a push button here that resets this, that's for sure. I don't know how to do that. I guess it would be... How would I reset it? I need to have a reset here. Because I keep doing this, and it just doesn't work to not be able to do that. Let's see. The red wire goes into all of these, right? Yes. So the red wire is also what carries that signal. So if I do... How would I do that? How would I reset it? Because if I just set x equals 0, that doesn't reset. I'd have to sort of reset it down to... It'll read a coin, isn't it? Yeah, it says, okay. Just connect this combinator by red wire to the inserter and use anything signal. Ah, that's probably better. Yeah, this one will read anything, and then this one No, I can't do if anything is greater than... Oh, I could connect this to a red wire, yeah. I guess. But now I want the red wire to be the output of this. What do we... How would I do that? You can try to use my resettable memory cell suggestion to replace this one. This one? Do you mean like this resettable one? But I don't know how to reset it. That's the part. I don't know what I should put in here in order to reset. I guess what I could do was saying read it's gonna have to be 2. Right. So if I get a reset signal, which in this case is red. I'm not using red signal here. If I get a reset signal, then input equal output. Output everything we get in. What is it we get in? We get each multiplied by -1. Right? So that would be... So now I'm not getting anything inbound here because I'm not iterating. Okay, so this is... It's not... I need to iterate it a few times. There. Okay, so now I'm getting -1, -1. Everything goes in. Then I get whatever inbound, multiplied by that. And then if I get a push button command, of red signal from here to here to here. That means this is outputting always the -1, and this one will... Why is it? It's getting input signal, but it's not making an output signal. Let me just check if it gets... it did blink. So what if I just take from here and get it into the other network? Right, so this is 1 by 1. It works. So that's a reset button. We did a reset button. Woo! Amazing.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Sweet. There. So I have a reset. Thank you, Stinosko. Welcome back. It's good to see. Well, not welcome back. You haven't left at all. Thank you for the tier 2 for 49 months. It's amazing to see, and thank you very much for maintaining your subscription for almost 5 metric years, but at least 4 full normal years. And that is basically as much time as it takes to get a medical degree, isn't it? I'm happy. I'm happy. This actually worked. This actually worked, reset. So this is a reset button. Sweet. Let's save before I mess something up. Great. So now we have a reset button. Hey, Silver Cecil. Thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you. All right. So that's good. We can reset it if we need to, so that it starts over on our design process. Then I need to hook this up to our memory cell. This one. I'm going to keep this one. Memory cell. And this one up here.
A kind gesture.
Reset button. Good. And manually here. Thank you for the 200 bits. Could they get an honorary degree in factory building? I mean, Stinosko already has a medical degree, so I think that's better to have that. Once upon a time, I tried to make a self-expanding factory with C-block back when I had a lot of time. Yes, but then you decided to spend your time on becoming a doctor instead. Push me button label. Yes, indeed. Reset button. So that's the reset of the loop. Then Whoop Tata, thank you for the 10 months, 1 metric year, and it's now 4 out of 5 events. If we go in a hype train, I can't do a, I can't take my break, or at least to continue until the train is done. Otherwise, I'll probably take a break soon. Now, this loop is still not perfect. I'll need to clean it up, but you know, clean up later. What I need to do is have sort of a inbound. I'm gonna go the red inbound. That's the way we get the signal from this command to say where it gets a signal. Let's see what it gets, kind of signal. Should be on the red line.
More shall enter the fray.
Come on, red. There we go. It got something on the red. Oh, whoa, Stinosko, thank you for the 20 gift subs. Unfortunately, that doesn't trigger the hype train. It needs someone else to trigger the hype train. Need a 5th person. Thank you so much for that. And Paranoid Snow, thank you. Event all. Event indeed. Okay, so we are now getting a signal on this one. Should get a signal here. Just stare blindly at this. Yes. So there's a signal. Good.
More shall gather.
More shall enter the fray. I love that. Thank you very much, Gynacube. Thank you for 10 gift subs more. That is super generous of you. Well, Paranoid Snow, it was good. It was event. It was. You triggered an event, so I thought it was an appropriate spelling mistake. Typing mistake. Thank you, Gynacube. That with the 20 gift subs from Stinosko, we are well on our way to our level 3. Sweet. Now, again, we'll reiterate. Do I want this on the global one? Yes, it got the 7. It stored the 7. Sweet. So now I want to see if it also is able to reset. Then I build the reset there. Toman, is it bits and subs time again? It is very much bits and subs time again. I hope at least. You can hook landmine outsider to the same red signal that resets memory cell to remove landmine only when command was executed. Yes. I'm going to do it in 2 steps. First, I'm going to see that I can reset it, and then I'm going to build a condition in between that I reset it. But first, I want to check that I set, reset. Yeah. So, I will be doing the same thing here. I will be getting... I really like having it hooked up to that one. Oh, that's Stinosko. Wow, 12 gives up. All right, someone else needs to step in here. Wow, that's so amazing. Thank you for the level 3. You are... See? This is the trick as a content creator. You'll find some young prospective medical student, and you just keep them around for a bit, and then you know, just 5 years later, they're wealthy doctors and drop subs left and right. That's key to success. And Gynacube, thank you so much for another 10 gift subs. That is absolutely glorious. So there's 2 people joining in, and I think that it's also very, very easy to win the leaderboard on bits right now. It's just 500 bits to be first on the leaderboard. Already the subs leaderboard is getting crowded. So I dreamed of having that number 1. Now it's then. Well, I'm not yet. 5 more years to go. All right. Still working off your student debt. All right. 250 bits side by side is a bit low. 250 bits side is a bit low. Yeah, the bit side is a bit low. It is. But that's okay. That just leaves room for someone else to come in and steal it. Desu, thank you so much for the 8 gift subs. Getting a little bit of a more boost. Onwards towards a level 4. Amazing. And Paranoid Snow, thank you for the 2,000 bits. That is glorious. You have now successfully and confidently claimed the leaderboard for this part. Hey, Torman, you are number 3 there. Doing my part to make Bezos rich. Yes. Today at the class when we left, and I had my car parked outside, and it's an 8-year-old Tesla, but people still. I was like, went over to it. It opened the door, and there was this young girl, and it was like, huh. I guess Twitch is working out for you. It's like, yeah, but it's still like, it's 8 years old, so it's like, but still, if it's a Tesla, then people just respond like, oh. It was a BMW that cost exactly the same. No one would look at an 8-year-old BMW and go like, Twitch must be working out for you. There's just something about a Tesla, right? Still. Basaraba, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate it. All right, 2.5 minutes. I should be taking my break, but I'm definitely not taking breaks right now. Let's see. So I am going to take another one of these, and that gets a red signal. And then this will be kind of the same. Yes. And that will be... Oh, I can't do that. You can't do that. I actually need to go directly in. Oops. That one goes directly in. And then those will... Yeah. Let's see if it triggers. What the hell? Something went wrong. All right, we suddenly got stuck on the train. If you have a Prime available, now is a good time to use it. Absolutely right, guy. A guy in the cube. Now is a good time to use your Prime or your resub if you have one.
Tales of our endeavors.
PJGR, thank you for the 6 gift subs. Amazing. Oh, 586 gift subs. Whew. Choo choo. Thank you so much. I guess you're still around. Yeah, it's because I just removed something. I removed that line. Isn't that now polluting the signal? Whoops, that was definitely not what I wanted.
Our modest fellowship expands.
Seems like there's a little bit of a problem on the red wire. Just adds 7 all the time. It never resets. Oh.
Welcome back. Your steadfast
Max Imps, thank you for the gift sub.
Greatly appreciated.
Gifted 2 1 sub. First gift sub. And hey, Hugo, thank you for the 4 months. All right, so as we just got to a level 4 hype train, this is the perfect time to say it. If we manage to get all the way through a level 5 hype train, or onto a level 5 hype train, I add 1 more hour to the stream. That means instead of having 2 hours left, we'll have 3 hours more of the stream here today. So that's kind of my way of sort of helping motivate if they're banding up for a team effort to see if we can get that level 5. Something is clearly not great here.
Our illustrious
that's because it's
returns.
none, but it's read hand content for Pulse. There we go. So, Strigon, thank you for the 50 months. Ooh, wow, that is 5 metric years. Is it... I think it actually got reset now. Okay, so it got to 7 and then removed pretty easily. Ooh, okay. So since we are just 3 minutes, then I'll take a break. Since there is an option, what often happens is that it goes below 1 minute and someone drops half of the subs, and then it's too late for someone else to respond and jump on in. So don't wait until the last second if you want to get it, and if you want to sort of encourage other people to join, probably need a couple of minutes to wrangle out the credit cards, and then we'll just leave it at that. Cool. So if we look at the signals here, it goes up to 7 for a short while and then goes down. Now we need to set the condition for when it resets. There we go. It went to 7 and go down. Cool. All right. So we have that one sorted. Good. Time to get stuff in my face. All right. Good luck with the hype train. Yeah, I think it's kind of stranded. 2 minutes left on the train. Okay. So now I want to add a middle condition in between. The condition of when do we move this part? Yeah. When are we actually moving here? Because we get it in, and then only this one will only activate when a certain condition is fulfilled, and that certain condition is that the Roboport network is idle. Ooh. So I'm going to hook up. That's going to be on the green belt. Doesn't look like we are going to get that extra hour today. Here, so this will not. It'll read the robot logistics statistics things, and it'll just look at available. Woofta, thank you for the 10 gift subs. See, that was the part I'm looking for. So now it's 1 minute left, and we have 31 subs. So there's still a chance. There's still a small chance of an extra hour. Woo, kinda cube. There we go. That's the 20 gift subs. Now we're down to 11 subs. Can we get 11 subs in the last 40 seconds? It's always down to the wire. It's like everyone's just passing like, no. And then someone like you, Guy in a Cube, goes like, no, come on, someone. 30 seconds. And Guy in a Cube. Oh my God, you're the one who carried it. Fuck's sake, need a fourth hour. You're right. You're absolutely right. Damn, you carried that one. And you and Stenoscope really carried it. Thank you so much, Guy in a Cube. And Urchulak also coming in with that 5 gift subs here at the end. At least cutting it down to half. Oof. I held as long as I could. And I know. Oh, man. And Urchulak was also just coming in. And then Stenoscope. But that would have been too late, actually. That definitely would have been too late, that last 10. Thank you so much, Stenosco and Guy in a Cube. You guys earned that extra hour. Whew. And I'm happy. It's I have the kids, but I don't have to bring them to school tomorrow because they have Easter vacation. So yay! Here. So now I need another condition that will come from this network. If Z equal T. Z equals T. What does that mean? Then output one, I don't know, landmine. Sorry for repeating, message was lost in the Hype Insanity. Probably that this reset signal should originate from the blueprint deployer. It's outsider, not the other way around. Maybe robot's idle check should also be there, since it's a common condition. I actually, yeah, okay. It's a really good point. Thank you, Grundig, and thank you for being persistent. Don't forget the break. Yes, I'll just wait for the timer to run out here. Yes, that those two have earned an extra hour. Does that mean that only they can stay for the extra hour? Or the others are allowed to. You're allowed to stay as well because you also participated in the train, so you get to stay as well. But you have to close one eye because you didn't watch as much and only listen with one ear. Are you also making an automation to clean everything up in case you need to change a blueprint after you built past that city block? No. I'm never going to clean up because the factory must grow. It should never decrease. And if I have once too many green circuit built, then so be it. It's going to be used later on. I don't think there's ever a condition where you'd want to delete an existing one. Okay, so here's the thing. two conditions. Either I put the robot idle check in here, and then use it as a condition to move this one. So basically, it gets stuck in here, and it's not allowed to move out until I get the robot ready. But then I'd have to reproduce it in all of them. Alternatively, I build it as part of this one, so that it only gets it out from the deployer when it actually is robots are idle. If I do it here, then I have to make sure that this robot idle notifier runs out into the network and goes over here, triggering it to actually go back into the main loop. Because if I do it in another place, then no. So the green signal will now also include a actually I could just do it like this. I don't need any other conditions because I have the signal right here. I don't need this. I don't need it as a condition. I could just say if this is okay, then no, I cannot. 60 seconds. Just a modest 48 subs to get the next one. Because it will get in there, trigger the deployment of the blueprint, or trigger the inserter to carry the blueprint over. Then it'll trigger the deployment of the blueprint. Then that will trigger the robots to exit. So I have to make sure that I at least wait that long time before I because if I do this right now, then it is still in the process of carrying the blueprint into the blueprint deployer. And if I do that, then robots will always be idle, and therefore it will always just get it out in the network. So I need to make sure that it actually just does something. Like it has to wait at least a little bit before we go out. So because otherwise it'll simply trigger too fast. It'll, like it happens here, without it actually deploying the blueprint. Yeah. How do I make sure that it gets stuck in there for, I don't know, a couple of seconds, and then yeah, now it's break time. So what have we done today? But I think it's what I really like is that this is extremely repeatable. Like if I can do this as this small of a thing, then the majority of the effort lies in the blueprints, and the logic will be the same every time. That's why you hook it up to the blueprint deployer. Yes, to the one exiting from the blueprint deployer. But still, I think there might be a timing issue, but we can definitely try it, right? We'll definitely try it, but I still think that the issue is that it'll be deploying. It'll be stamping the blueprint at the same time as it identifies everything, all the robots are idle, because the robots will not have been dispatched. They only get dispatched on the next tick, and on that tick, I've already checked. So I think that there's a problem there. But anyway, that's gonna be a headache for after the break. Thank you so much. I am going to grab another Red Bull because I need to stay sharp for 3 more hours now. Be back in a bit. sugar rush. Because you need it. Thank you so much, everyone, for that glorious hype train. You already have 14 inserters with Blueprint Deployer. You can hook not the first, but the second or third one. Yes, that's also kind of what I thought would be like the logical, easy solution. It just doesn't feel like... It doesn't feel safe because it's not a condition. It relies on sort of, well, I guess I hope this function is slower than that function. And it should be, but as anyone doing programming also knows, like, hate doing things when something is triggered by, well, this path should be slower than this path. And it probably is, but then reality happens. And then instead of going like, okay, this one is gated by that, instead of, I hope this path is shorter than that. Always. All right. Buffer gates. Alright, it depends on what approach you're taking. For example, you can take a top-down approach where you build rockets first, and then one-time signal in the network for all the parts needed from that blueprint. Then blueprint for those parts, also getting one-time signal, assuming infinite building, parts, and resource cores. That way, you can just integrate that one signal into all blueprints. Yeah, I don't want to do that, Everlist, because I'm not building things to scale, and I might have enough. I might have produced all the things, and then after a while, like, my idea is also that once everything is built, it should just go like, now just double it, and then just start increasing so that it'll build one of each, and then once it's idle, then it will start building the next. I think it's so then suddenly I'll be needing more green circuits, and then I add like a hub that will require green circuits in order to build inserters, in order to feed the future build. And once I do that, then I don't know the ratio anymore, and therefore it's better for me to have like a long list of all of the stuff that I'm needing, and then it'll start from the lower tech, like, oh, do we need iron? Yes, then do the iron, go back in the loop, top down. Do we need copper? Yeah. And then, do we need iron? Nope. Do we need copper? Nope. Okay, steel? Yeah, we need that. And then sort of just keep building the lowest level first until we sort of build higher and higher tech. And before we get to rocket control units, we are going to be building 4 more green circuits, because when we build the blue, then we'll start draining the greens, and then the greens will need extra upgrades, and then we'll need more copper, more iron, and that's kind of how I hope that it'll work. Do I have a SPM target goal? No. I don't. It's not going to be Megabase, but it's going to be nice. I also should kind of say what tech level I want this to start at. Obviously, I'm going to need trains. I'm going to need circuit networks, but I don't think any of the stuff that we are needing requires anything beyond green science, which means that the final ultimate design would be something like, you build this base, you stamp down a blueprint that builds the base that gets just the logic brain going, and then that starts building the hub that then supplies the stuff we need for all the other stuff, and then move on, right? Yeah. But I'd like it to be more than 1 science per minute, but I don't know. So, in my loop design, I used a delay plus robot not being used to prevent latency. Okay, cool. But this one, I am already reading hand content here and sending it over as the input signal, to trigger that loop to increment by 1. This is the one that increments by 1. But if that's always also the one that increments by 1, then that should also be the one that sort of uses the reset signal, I think. Or that should this one should only be active when there. How does the base know that you research the appropriate tech? Yeah, that's a good point. That probably something we'll never get to. You can always add belts in the blueprint to add travel delay. Yep, that's a good point. Yep. I was kind of thinking also maybe just making a belt here instead. So that it So now I think we want to connect it. We'll at least try to connect it, right? This one should be iterating up and then down again. Come on. Look, over to right hand side. Above me. I waited long enough. Something is wrong. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Oh, there it is. Does this one actually trigger? No, it doesn't. It does not. There, that was why. I want to see this blink. Here it comes. Blink. Blink. Okay. But how do I... Let me just... It goes in here and then it goes out immediately. I don't want it to go out immediately. I need it to hold a bit. Yeah. I don't think I want this on the green line. And I want this to get a specific signal that says we're going to need to have better signaling here. And identification of what each signal means. So this should get a yellow signal on the global wire. When does it get a yellow signal on the global wire? When that one triggers. Yeah, I do have a counter. I was also kind of thinking like only trigger it once every 3 seconds. But I don't really like that because that could be like triggering instantly or it could be waiting. It just adds a delay that is random. Unless I sort of go in and use that as a trigger to count up to something and then trigger it. I mean, I could do that pretty easily, I guess, but I don't want to... I really... This is also should be like a counter, and if the counter is good enough, then it's good enough. So I'm gonna get this one in. This will also be on the same wire, so this will get a signal. It'll get a blueprint book signal. Yes. If that's greater than 0, then output 1 yellow. Yellow. That will be on the green signal. Green is information. I want it on that belt. Should be okay, right? So now I think I want to... Excuse me, but this is going in. This is going in. When that signal... Maybe it's not actually that one. But it's the box that I'm monitoring. Wouldn't that be better? I think I'd rather have things in boxes. So this one triggers here. The box reads an input signal. That input signal doesn't go anywhere. This doesn't go back on the line. This was supposed to go back on the line on a red signal. Red signal is communication from the function to the deployer. Green signal is from the network to the function. And inside is just random crap. Yeah. Global green wire is information. Green wire. Information from network to and deployer to function. Red wire. Information from function to network and deployer. I'm kind of distinguishing these here, right? The network is all of the blueprints out here, all of the city blocks, and the function is this one we're building here. Each one is a function, and then the deployer is the one that actually deploys the blueprint. That'll be the three, I think those will be the three main entities. Okay, so this will now send a signal back, 41,000, 42,000, because we're never resetting it. Okay. I think we'd like to reset it at some point. Because this one just counts upwards. Okay. But hold on, it shouldn't be counting up. Why is it counting up so fast? Shit, there's some loop here. This is it loopy? No? Why is it loopy? Where's it coming from? Why does it keep counting upwards? Is it stuck in that loop? The box count every tick? Yeah, okay. That's a really good point. So I can't do the box. I have to do it not from the box, but from this one. Yes. And then I have to reset it. How do we reset it again? We reset it by... Whoops! I sent 2 out. I think it reset now. No, it did not reset. Okay, let's see it go up to 7 and stay at 7. Boop. 7. Boom. Now it's at 7. It doesn't continue on the process because it's waiting for a yellow signal on the green wire. I am not getting a green wire inbound. Oh, I am getting a green wine button because there. So it's waiting for the the yellow signal. So now I need to hook this one up. You can reset the same mirrors by the same yellow signal. Just change its condition. You can reset that memory cell by the same yellow condition. This memory cell? Yes. Granted it works, yes. Granted the whole thing works, then yes, it should be able to reset that as well. Then I guess this one has to be... Ugh. Yeah, this one's not doing anything. Then I don't need this part. Because this is, I don't need that red signal. As far as I can tell. New one memory cell. Alright. Go for that red signal. Where are you? You're still stuck there. We didn't get that signal in. What happened? Why did we not get that red signal in here? It blinked. Got in there. Send it out. Okay, now it's red. It got stolen. Maybe I was just too... No. There. Okay, it is there. Okay. And then we'll use... I guess this one will then trigger by a condition that is also this condition that basically says, is the robot signal greater than 0? Then trigger. Because it'll reset here. Let's try that. Right, so that means this one also needs to be getting the signal from that red one. That's a global signal we now take in. Okay, I'm gonna disconnect this. Well, shut up. Oh my god, you're idiots. Oh, see, now I have a direct connection from this one all the way out into the global signal. Shoot. It just feels wrong. What about you? You're now... I need to reset it. Whoop, whoop. Reset. And we didn't deploy any blueprints, right? No. Let's see if we actually get blueprints deployed now. That's way too fast. What the hell's going on? It's not deploying anything. What's going on? What's going on? It goes in here. Let's issue that one. Okay, so you go here. Oh, this one is not getting the signal. Oh, shoot. Yeah. I can't use the red signal because this one actually needs the red signal that's also coming from this, and I don't want to leak. Yeah, that's no good. Here. And there. Alright, so it places it up into that location. Which isn't gonna work. So I need to take you out. I need to reset the whole thing. There. So now it's reset. Now it's... This one is displaying something too much. And that's because it is stuck in here. If I do that one, then it should reset here. It's not resetting. Why is it not resetting? Oh, because now it's this one that actually has to reset. Okay, so if I now take this out, so that I'm not getting any more signals in, then I will now take my blueprint, and that is the blueprint, right? Yeah. Oh, stop it. Okay, well, that actually did send out something, but why did it... You need a 30-second counter. It is definitely not working. Oh, maybe it's actually because my robots are too fast. I kind of could... That could be the case, that they are... In this particular case, they're not really useful because they are super fast robots. What? Oh. All right, as soon as I build it here because it's stuck inside that one. Okay, okay, okay. I'm going to take you out. Okay, do we have any robots? No construction bots. That's good. Let's get some construction bots that are not super fast. This feels like programming. It is programming. It's just in a very inefficient language. 500. Let's try it this way. I am also going to have a indicator here. That will be... You'll be lighting up when these are equal. Because that means all my robots are idle. So this is an idle robot identifier. I need to reset this part. It should be resetting. Isn't that a bit silly? That I have this that just says here and then it goes out there. Then wouldn't it just be much easier to just have this one and then have it reset when that one is greater than 0? No, it's the other way around. Like, when this is equal to 0, you just keep sending it back. But as soon as this one is non-zero, then it resets. Let's try that works. Then I lost my inputs and outputs, or at least inputs. This is an input here. So this is blocked. Why are you blocked? Because this is empty. Good. So if I deploy my blueprint there, this one gets reset because it receives the signal in. Then now, in order for us to have this activate, I will need to actually get one of the landmines in here. Yeah. There, that triggers, that deploys a stuff out here. And then this is no longer lit up. And this one's not picking up because you are not idle. Only when this one gets built will it actually start the next one. And then the next one comes out, next batch goes up there. Could someone please look at, see if they can find a command to speed up my robots? Then that would be super amazing if we could get those sped up. What? Are they idle now? Oh, it counts as idle. So it goes in here. And which state are we in? We're in a state that we're waiting for this one to get a new command. Why is it not getting a new command? Because it's still stuck in that one. Why is it stuck in that one? Because it never got that yellow signal. Because I removed the yellow signal. Just use fewer super speed robots, like 5 or 10. I'd like to have... I really like this idea of just seeing... But I'd also like it to be... There you go. Robot speed 5. Thank you, tall man. You the boss. There you go. We'll do that. So the reason why it did not reset this loop is because it never received the yellow signal. It never received the yellow signal because I had sort of simplified this method to say I'm not using the yellow signal anymore. I'm just using this blueprint book signal, which means I'm no longer sending that signal out back into the network. Which means I kind of need this one again, which would be... Oh, what the hell? Oh, right. It's because it's this one that needs to be deconnected. This one. And then from here to here. And that will now be blueprint book greater than 1, greater than 0. Then output a single yellow signal. And that yellow signal is then used to reset this one. And it's also used to send the message up here to continue the loop. Okay. That means when I go here, this will be green because the robots are idle. And the robot idleness will... the fact that this one swings will send a signal over here that will read as a book. The book will send a yellow signal. The yellow signal will go over here. And also allow this landmine to go back on the loop. All that triggers when I do that. It went out. It's now down here. And it goes in. And that triggers... Bloop. That triggers a new blueprint. Up there. Somehow we missed one. Don't know how that works. Well, I kind of know how it works. And it's not going out because the robots are not idle. Okay. So once the robots are idle... yeah, they seem faster. They definitely seem faster. Right? But they don't have, still don't have like very much in terms of... so, it's now stuck in the loop as it should be. Here it's counting up. Now they're coming back. 340, 350, 370, 80, 90, 400. And now they're just all of it getting built, and then they're stuck on that location. They will now reach 450. As soon as this hits 500, this lights up and it goes in and does another loop. All by itself. There we go. Does another loop. Now it's stuck here because it's not ready to deploy again. Why is it not ready to deploy? Because it had to go all the way around. Oh, look at that. It went in. It went through. Why the hell did it go through? Why did that go straight through? It just went in there. How the hell did it go straight through? Doesn't make any sense to me. Damn. There shouldn't be a yellow signal. The yellow signal should be a... The yellow signal should only flash at this point. So it only goes in here, and then it flashes for 1 tick. But I think it might be a... Let's get this one. So when this one goes back to 500, then we should see a command here. I'll just break that one. A little bit slow now. Wonder if that's going to be a problem. Why is this one not powered? Oh, these are not built. Well, they will be built, I guess. There. Now this, there should be a new batch coming out. And of course this is going to take longer to get this one done. The last parts and 430. So what am I expecting to see here? This one turns green, but only for a flash. Okay, so let's keep an eye on this one as this gets closer to 500. Very close. 480. Just getting in as fast as they can charge. 14 left, 13, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blink. It blinked and it goes out, and this one is now stuck. Okay, so now we just clarify that everything is in the state that I'd want it to be in. Now, I am worried that it goes over here, it deploys, it builds, it gets it out here because that's just conditional. It moves on the belt, and if by the time that happens the robots have not been deployed, then this one's green because they are all, the robots are idle. And if this sequence is faster than robots deploying, then it will do another round immediately. Yeah. I'm gonna check it without adding more belts, and if we confirm it, then I'm gonna add more belts. But I want to make sure that we are we're not fixing a problem that isn't there, and we are actually there. Now it didn't do it, but it's close, isn't it? I wonder if there's a condition here, or whether I'm balancing things on, I hope this path is faster than that path, because that's going to be a returning problem if that's always going to be the case, right? Guess we kind of need some of the fast ones, don't we? Now I'm kind of annoyed about these robots. Faster, but it's not actually the speed. It's the charging time that takes time now, especially since they have to go over this area, and that's because it didn't reset. I think we need to start doing some documentation before it's too late. This is still idle. I want to see now the whole network is operational. This one is waiting for robots to be idle. When the robots are idle, this one will pick up and then it'll send a request back. Very close. There, pick it up. That one has been ejected. And this one is blocked off again. So let's have a look to see when... There we go. And the robots are already sent out. It's interesting how few robots are actually going out now. Like... Because it's only this part that... Now more will go out. Yeah, okay. Okay, documentation time. Woo! Documentation! Green, orange, or yellow. Do we still use the red one for anything? No, I don't think we used the red one for anything. Up here, but it's on the global network. Then I'm gonna be writing this part. Okay, the green signal means what? Is there a green signal? There's no green signal. Yes, there is a green signal. So the green signal on this wire here is... Yeah, so the green signal is the one that trigger... What the hell's the green signal doing? I don't know. This green signal is a local green signal, which is bad in and of itself, but I kind of can't really change it if you look at how many green signals I use here. So that is that's a local. It's a local variable, and it does what? Increment deployer to next city block. That's what it does. That's a global. And then that is robots idle. Start next loop. You can make belts conditional to only move when belts idle. Yeah. What if you don't have resources to build? Have to check with inserter that only goes to next if the robots are busy. Yeah, well, Factorio Garage, that is exactly a future Ninos problem. Right now we're gonna assume that everything... Oh, whoops, did that just start a new loop without me noticing it? Oh shit, that's cool. Right now we assume everything is infinite resources. When we get to the point where we have not infinite resources, then we will have some kind of condition to say, do we have enough resources? Yes. And if yes, then we can proceed. And it'll be an extra condition here that needs to go in. That do we have enough? Yes, no. That's kind of how I think it. If you always check both busy and idle. So basically, I mean, I like it. I like it. I like this idea that, for example, this one would only work when the available is less than that. I like that idea. I really do. I really do. It's really cool. Let me see. Which one signal is it again? So that comes on the red one here. That'll need to now have a condition that says only work when Z is less than T, right? Because that means robots must be idle, must be building. I like that idea. Funny how these two are not built. I'm just gonna stamp them down there. I haven't thought about all the conditions yet, so there might be some error conditions or edge conditions. Oh, good. Oh, right. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. Unfortunately. There. Yeah, that's right. Because it'll. Oops. Oh, no. Just don't mess that up. There. Here. This one is only enabled when that is less than that. Okay? So now it's... Yes. That'll be sort of the negative condition of this one. Because they're still busy? Yep. But they're almost not busy anymore. So let's see how the next one... There we go. It goes in. It is not going in there because it's still waiting for this one to go around. There. Once it goes in. Boop, boop, then it deploys the next location. And this one turned green because it's now moving. And then this one is now waiting for it to be idle again. I like to move this. It sucks. Yeah. Because I think I want like a condition in each of these locations here so I can see if they're active or not. I think that's super important. That one, this will have the same condition as that. This will have the same condition as that. Did you know you can copy conditions like that? It's pretty cool. This one is never active. That's green. Why the hell is that green? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, it doesn't make any sense, does it? Why did it not reset? Oh, it resets when this one goes in. Oh, okay. So, still? Yes, okay. So we can kind of see which ones are going. And this one is just always green, always on. Because this has no condition, so. Yeah, but these are the three conditions that we can then say, and I need to take that out. Here, this condition is, when is that? This is green when deploy next city block. Trigger is robo construction bot equal blueprint to be deployed. It seems logical to do it now, but we all know that when you look at the code in a week's time, there is no way we can remember this. And also, by the way, if anyone of patron supporters want this, you can always just get it. And this one is hold or allow passage when robots are busy. Trigger is available bots less than total bots. We can also just say, instead of allow passage, we can just go active when robots is better. And this one will then be up here. Active when robots, let's just call them bots. Idle are idle. Trigger available bots equal total bots. Bot signal equal robot. Yeah. All right. You are also expecting that you will always have resources to place everything, which is not always true. Yes, it is always true because I have infinite resources. That is one of my base constraints, and I will always have infinite resources here. So for this iteration, you can look at my workshop document. I have, I can't spell workshop, damn. If you look at this blueprint, thank you moderators for updating it, you can say that there are some design limitations: no water, no cliffs, infinite power, no resource gathering. Design constraints, these are, it's actually, I did not even need it, or it didn't even include it, so let's make sure. Always resources to build what is needed. And that's on a design limitation. These are sort of eliminated as the base matures. So this is something eventually we'd want to make a hub that requests resources in and build stockpiles, and only when we have enough stockpiles of everything will we allow the process to continue, the loop to continue. So it's definitely, yes, it is something we need to handle, but it's not something we want to or need to handle in this situation. So it's kind of, I think this is one of the most important things about doing project designs, is to do good scoping. And if, for example, that's a condition where I'm going like, that's an easy one to exclude and easy to include at a later date when we've matured, when we built the overall structure, when we have the skeleton of the body, that's the actual blueprints, or that's the city block structure. We have the logical function of how we're going to deploy each function, and then we'll have the we'll have those interacting together in a logical way. And once that's done, well, we can then start making more stuff. Isn't it crazy how this is the stuff that just blows my mind? This is super complicated. I mean, like convoluted, maybe not complicated, but convoluted at least. Can't do copy paste, but I think I need to make a condition or an explanation for each of these. Here, what does this function do? Right, this is, let's get it all the way in. This one, what does it do? This one is activate algorithm to find next city block. So this one sends a green signal. The green signal goes up into this, which is a closed off function, which will, all it does is define these coordinates, which is the location of the next city block. The next one is identify what? What is it doing? This is not robots are idle. That's actually not correct. This one is now, let me just see it. Yeah, okay, this function is reset the blueprint to that was just deployed. Right. So it's preparing for next loop. Right? And this one is, no, that's what this one does. Reset, this resets the blueprint, but this one is identify that the reason why we set this yellow signal is because I'm gonna need the yellow signal here to exit function, right? Identify condition to exit function to main loop, I guess. Identify condition to exit function and return to main loop. I don't know. There's probably a coding way to do that. Yeah, don't forget my break. Cool. I wanted to break, but I also wanted to make sure that I had I need to define the variables inside each function, and then I need to define the any signal that can exist on the global network as either red or green signal. Yield to main loop, is that what it's called? It's called yield. Well, you can use that function. That if it is yield better? Is everyone nodding? Go to? Go to is probably easy. I even understand it, but yield is just not intuitive. But go to is something that, yeah. Go to go to. I don't know. No, there we go. There. Go to main loop. Yeah. And identify condition to, I don't know. I still call it exit the function. I think it's most important that I understand it. Yeah, some spar incomplete. That's because we just started it from here and then I pasted some there. So, interesting how. Oh, that's, yeah. We built these here, and then I started the loop, and then it's just been running, and I'll go up here and go that way. So as long as that's working, then we're fine. Let's just do that, and then no one will be the wiser. There. Now you'll think that I didn't forget it. Cool. Next objective is to build more of these functions to see if we can. Oh, no. Oh, taboo. We need to add a taboo. We need to add a taboo for this function before we are allowed to exit. Oh, that's so awesome. We're going to add a taboo. I love taboos. also when talking about sex. But that's a different stream, not today. All right, so we're going to be back in 2 minutes, and then I will be adding a taboo function to say, if you built this city block, you're not allowed to build the same city block again for a while. What the hell is a while? I don't know. Be back in 2 minutes. Thank you all for joining. All right, welcome back. Thank you all for joining, and thank you for sticking around and helping me design and build this monstrosity. Well, for a while, token on a yellow belt around the whole city block. I like it, but I don't think it's a good idea. If you can't believe this ended up being the function. I was like, oh, it's gotta be super complicated. This one was the yellow one. We did different what? Timers for each function. Nice to see you back from there. You look happy too. I'm happy. This is the kind of Factorio I like. Tinkering, making cool designs, getting some stuff to work, and while just building the same wall and getting more. And when Factorio becomes more about design and building cool things, then I love it. When it becomes more like Riftbreaker of just killing monsters, not so interesting. I like the idea of yellow belt, but I think it's a bad idea. I would like to have ideally, I'd like to have a taboo search or a taboo list. And for anyone who's not familiar with the taboo search algorithm, then basically it's a heuristic where you are searching in the neighborhood of, you can do whatever search you want, but you search in the neighborhood of a solution to find other solutions, and then you pick the best one among them. And what happens often is that if you don't do anything, USS Robert, thank you for the prime and welcome. So what happens often in a taboo search without a taboo list is that you find a solution and you go to that one, and then you get stuck in a local optimum solution, and then you can't get out of it because every other solution in the neighborhood is worse. And therefore a good way of doing it is, or a very simple way, is to just say, okay, you have to go to another one, but this But if you say you must go to another one, then you just go to the second best solution in the neighborhood, and then from there you go back to the original solution. And then you just flip-flop between the best and the second best in a neighborhood, and then you're not going to get anywhere. You just got stuck in a local solution. And that's what happens with many heuristics, is that they get stuck in a local solution and just can't get out. So the taboo search basically says that this current solution, you can't come back to that for X iterations. And then you sort of make it a taboo in the neighborhood. So you find the second best solution. You go there. Now you add that to the taboo list, and then you can't take the first and the second best, and you take another one. And then if you have however many you want in your neighborhood, how you define your neighborhood, how long you define your taboo list, but then it sort of goes like, no, you can't take these ones that you tried the last 5-7 times. That actually can force the algorithm really simply to just get out of a local optimum, and then sort of find that local optimum, and then finding the getting on top of, getting somewhere out of the local local peak, and then get onto another part of the mountain and climb it. It's extremely simple. That's why I like it, but also surprisingly effective way of just forcing an algorithm out of a local optimum. Sorry for the disruption. I used to watch your YouTube stuff a lot and saw you were on. Thank you. Appreciate it. That was very nice. Are you only taking local maxima as taboo? No, I'm taking anything that we visited as a taboo. So anything that is visited is getting a taboo for X iterations of the algorithm. And I found that 7 is a good number. And it shouldn't be a consistent number across all definitions of neighborhoods, all definition of algorithms, all definition of, but I'm just like, 7 is a good number. Prime numbers are the best numbers. Yeah. Yeah, highly use case. It is highly use case dependent, but if you're like, you can kind of go like, oh, it doesn't need to be hundreds of solutions. No, it probably doesn't. It needs to be a lot smaller than you'd think for it to just be forced out and get into another neighborhood and suddenly break out of that local optimum. And what I love about it is it's so damn simple. It's so simple because if you think about like other ways, like simulated annealing is another way to try to get out of a local optimum. You can do some kind of corruption of functions, and to sort of also just mutation in the algorithm to sort of get it to trigger it out. But just something as simple as, yeah, you try that, don't do that again, is super simple. So if I had like a taboo list, then I would have a global parameter for the taboo list and basically say like, you can't build an iron deposit for the next 7 city blocks. That also prevents them to be next from each other. And then you could find out maybe 7 is not good because kind of you need, or maybe find out that's fine. So if you sort of could keep a taboo list of of last ones we done, that would be really cool. I don't know how that would be done. If we just brainstorm a bit how we would implement a taboo list in Factorio. On your belt, why not yellow? Because it's slow and it doesn't need to be slower. Timer, isn't it? We just need to say you're not allowed to build the same city block 2 times in a row. Yeah, but that could still. Okay, so maybe I skipped over why I want this. The reason why I need this is what happens when this one, now we're building a iron mining, because we've identified that because of the base, it needs more iron smelting. So we build an iron smelter. Awesome, cool, we built an iron smelter. Now, then as soon as we build it, we're going to start the loop again. And what's going to happen? It comes back and says, I still don't have any iron because it just built it. It just requested some trains with iron ore coming in, and they're coming in and they haven't started smelting. And that means, you know, we're going to add another iron smelter and another iron smelter, another iron smelter before the first one actually starts gearing up. And then suddenly we have built 4 city blocks of iron smelters, but we only needed 1. But we just needed 1 and then let it run for a bit until it was ready. Thank you, Fritz. I appreciate it. I love it as much. How does the self-expanding work? You can see it here. It's just triggering along and building the next one. And I'm starting to work on the conditions of what to build, and then we'll decide. So, hello, Anram. Good evening. There's a mod to play. Yeah, the gist of it, the magic part of it is ridiculously simple. It's that thing. Simply put, this thing here. If you put a blueprint here, it gets deployed. That's it. And everything else is vanilla. And of course you can do like, that's not vanilla. No, but it's a test thing. And the text thing is not vanilla, but it could be built with vanilla. I'm just using these for it because they're easy to identify. I use the push buttons because they serve our purpose here. There, we'll do that. And that's a memory cell. We'll keep that around for next time I forget how to build a memory cell. Timers would make more sense. It takes way more time to build a buffer of blue circuits than iron plates. Yes, you're right about that. I don't. I'm not keen on having it being a setup like yeah, I'm not really keen on that because I don't know how long it's gonna be. It's the easiest to implement though. That we gotta say. It's super easy to implement. What I need to do is just basically start a timer here, and then it just counts up until a value, and once it reaches that value, it allows it to go. For example, this one will just be then yellow is greater than 0. Well, we're going to need it to be yellow greater than 1. So that yellow is equal to 2, for example. And then I need to send a yellow signal in here as well. Or maybe even this condition here, that you can bring it over there, but you can't bring it out there until time has also passed. What do we think? If you make it X number of city blocks, do you think it could get deadlocked? Nope, I don't think so. Because if we are not hard deadlocked, but soft locked, it can be soft locked. Like we are out of green circuits, so we can't really. Nothing gets built because we're out of green circuits. Out of is kind of, we have too little green circuits. And then if nothing else is relevant because everything is just stalling because it's waiting for green circuits, then it'll just keep rolling around here until something else gets low. And it will get low because everything else runs. The green circuit is still running. It's just maybe there are only 3 blocks of green circuits, but I'd like to have 4. Then it's still going to run just a little bit too slow, and then it'll start exhausting some other resource, and then it'll go out. So it is actually, I could think of some edge case, or I can't rule out some edge cases where it'll slow down. Like if I build a taboo list of 7, then it might be like there's actually kind of a lot of things that would have to be built. Now we have 21 different city blocks. But also, for example, something like power could also be something that would be problematic, right? If you don't want it, depending on coolant, it could only take down by new. Oh, I like that. I like that. So basically, this one here, the one that exits into the network, is just incrementing by 1. And then, no, how would that be? But then I'd have to sort of... I guess what we could do, if we wanted to do this, then I would say it goes in here into this function on iteration number 5. and I don't want it to build for at least the next 7 city blocks. Then it comes in here at iteration 5. Then I store the 5 and then I add the taboo number to it, 7. Then I will not allow it to this one to activate until I reach iteration 12 or more. That's actually pretty clever. That's actually a pretty clever way of doing it. Tabulus could move an item from chest to chest per iteration. Yes, but I think that's then I have to keep track of items and sequencing, and that would only be on a belt. And I mean, ideally, in the extreme ideal case, but this is something I cannot program. Like, wouldn't it be absolutely mind-bogglingly awesome if it was the taboo list looked like this? Right? So you actually could visually see what's on the list, and then it picks up the next one, and then, but you can totally do it. I can't do that. I don't even know how to get started on it, and it's super finicky. Like, but it would be sexy. Shouldn't be too hard to implement. Solo should need a cooldown. Correct. Or a lower cooldown, yeah. Okay, when a resource is low, how would you tell if it's low because low production or low input resource? I would prioritize, basically if we look at this part here, the blueprint, okay, yeah, I'm gonna pick you up. This is my blueprint. Boop. This is the priority list. That one off the tip. Power will always be first. Smelting will be next. Circuits, chemicals, blah, and then science last. Science is the last thing we want to build. Technically, I think we'd want the science labs first, now that I think of it. But this will also function as the priority list, generally. And that means the first one will also be potentially mining if I get there. Hey, Fraggy, 2K, thank you very much. I was thinking about using items as tokens, but it would not be easy to bootstrap these items by blueprint. Yeah. I agree, and like I like this, but it's also like a microscopic visual indicator, so it's not actually that interesting from an indicator perspective. It would be much better if I could have like an indicator of, oh yeah, I can't even.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
It's Salsa Shark. Thank you for the 3 months. I can't even get anything to display a signal. Like this one, I have to define the signal that it gets displayed. Right? Plastic, for example, right? So, but I can't send a signal in here that makes it display plastic. That's actually weird, because that would be obviously a lot better to have a list that looks like this, and then it would switch over by one. I mean, yeah, lamp underneath it, but then I don't know the sequence of it. Then put 7 items of this type to taboo chest of this type item, and belt each time that this item passes the reader, it reduces. I guess I don't know if this is exactly what you're saying, but I guess we could do something like this one would just be reading as a pulse, and then condition is T is taboo. Then input the I'm just gonna go like 7 here because and then I'm just gonna make another loop so I don't have to mess this up. Dude, where are you? Oh, there you go. They're really lazy. Then that means it has passed by once, and then only allow it to pick up once. Boop. Then the reset condition would have to be something else. When you want a large-scale indicator, why not build a train station matrix where trains are getting called when item X is missing and send them to a holding station when it's not? You want a large-scale indicator? No, that's I don't want that. That's gigantic and not really. Yeah, I'm not so keen on using train stations, I think. Like, I guess the idea would be that the train... Yeah. The train station can then be having an icon. I remember back when we were so exclusive that because we could do this, like the idea is that you can then see it from the map and then it's on and off, or I don't think that's what I want. Maybe we start out by having a count up here. Red wires information from function to network and deployer. So that's the outbound. I think that's gonna be on the green one. That'll, no. This will be a counter. Oh wait, removed it, that was silly. This one is here, here, input greater than, oh, when it's greater than 0, then it continues. Let me see, when that green line comes in here, doesn't that pollute like hell? it does pollute. Because this one is supposed to read hand content, and then, yeah, it's super polluting. Is it? Hold on. Why am I reading hand content? Oh, read hand content goes on this red line. So it actually doesn't pollute, I think. This one will be there. How did it stop, actually? You're waiting for... Huh. Oh, it stopped because some idiot picked up the blueprint. Ah. Well. Why do I have this input signal? Ooh, yeah, I see that. Sorry, that's wrong. There we go. This is now waiting for deployment. Save my progress. Good point. Did we drop the idea of placing the blueprint, the city block part of the blueprint first? No. This is actually what we do, and that's why we have a book here. That book has 21 blueprints or 22 blueprints, and these functions will define here. 7 is the iron construction blueprint, and then 8 will be copper iron smelting. 8 will be copper smelting. 9 will be steel smelting. So it'll deploy the specific blueprint. Okay, so when this one runs out, now I'm thinking that in order for this to be a taboo list, then it needs to get this icon in, and then when basically this condition is when this is the iteration number is greater than or equal to the taboo number. Then I'll output a green signal, right? I don't like use, I'm recycling green signals. We can't do that. Pink signal, fine. There, and this one will then only be enabled when pink is greater than 0. Good. But it's not. Greater than or equal to t. And we are also going to store a variable up here called t. That's going to be 7, because that's the taboo number, which now comes in. The taboo number comes in here. And then, no. So what I need to do is I need to only get it when it picks it up. Then it has to register what is the number right now. And in order for me to do that, I need to say, to sort of catch this one. Here. Yeah, I'm not going to recycle this. I'm just trying to do it myself, and then I'll look for good advice. Then I'm going to pass through shit, that's not correct. I need to have this as a variable and not as that same thing, because I don't want it to pollute that number. Where the hell are you? You're gonna go in there. Input count, and we output it as n, the iteration number, right? Cool. So now I should be getting an iteration number in and a taboo number in. Is that the wrong inserter for the taboo release? Maybe create an AND connection for the entry instead. Oh, right. Yes. It's actually not the exit. It's the entrance. Yes. It has to be the entrance. Yes. Yes. You're right. Moderish, thank you for the compliment. Welcome. First time chatter? Hmm. I think it would be prudent, for lack of a better word, to have a condition. Does that even work? No, it doesn't work. It has to be like this. Yeah. And then I'll have to change that signal to something else. No. Okay, one thing at a time. It takes these ones in, and then it outputs it as a number multiplied by 1. Yep. Okay, so I think it would be prudent to have have everything, or to have the function here be as similar as possible, so that the first thing that happens when it comes in is that it gets convert only converted in one place. Convert iron into a, I don't know, let's call it blue signal. I'm kind of running out of good ideas. And then I can take this out. That would be always blue, in this case greater than 0, and then I can just add another blue condition. Well, that's going to be a blue condition then. Boop. And that would just not be there, and it would go up there, and that blue condition would be greater than or equal to 2. This one is active, this one is active. The N is counting up. So now I would say, when this one the red wire also goes in here. Doesn't change anything. When this one is active, then send the input signal. Send everything. What is it getting of input signals? It now also needs to get the taboo list number, and then it needs to calculate here. This will be N plus T. Output as, no, I could, can I do that? N plus T, does that actually work? Will that add the numbers? No, it won't. What is it outputting? And output it as some kind of additional variable. That's my... This is my then extra variable. I don't know. We're running out of variables. Not really, but...
You have returned.
No, and that's not what I want. Is it? Yeah, I want to... thank you, Naito. Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Now I want the count. No, the count. Count is what we always have. Should now be bigger than the count at that moment plus the taboo list. It's not working because this one will only flicker and I need to store it. Then I need to do that. That's definitely not working. Definitely not working because I... Shit. I think I got myself into hot water here. Okay. Input signals. You are waiting for what? You're waiting for a signal to be... Yeah, for the robots to be done. Okay, so let's try this, alright? By the time you fashion a solution, you could just spam the blueprints. Fun challenge though. Yeah, but that's kind of... I'm not a speedrunner. Quite the contrary. Right, are we done yet? Are we good? Yep, there we go. It goes out. Did it flicker? It did not store the value. Shit. Why did it not store the value? Ah! You're supposed to read the hand content. There. Okay, now... Ah, it goes crazy. Why? But look, one of them is actually correct. Yeah, okay. So, it has the problem that it's picking up all signals. Which is clearly not what I want. I don't want to pick up from this. I only want to pick up the one signal from here. Yeah. So, it kind of ruined everything. Yeah. No, not the landmine over you. No. Is it? No, because the landmine is up here. I'm changing the landmine to N. N is the iteration count. I think that's better to sort of always keep the iteration count here. Now, basically what I need to check is that the problem is I also need a reset condition. It's not just a matter of like, this one should only pick up when the value is... Yeah. I kind of know what I want to do. I want to check to see if the iteration count, or when it starts, I store the iteration count plus the taboo list. That will be stored as the threshold when we're allowed to do this one again. And then every time it comes by here, I will check if the iteration count is greater than the stored value inside the function. And if it is, then I add it in. And at that point, I then have to override the n plus t. But I only have to do it. It's only when this one is triggering. I think I need a little bit more space for this, because it's kind of getting a little bit crowded here. So in order for this to only trigger once, I have to get one of these signals in. Output signal. Just checking here. We're just getting one blue. So one blue is not a problem. Right? So now this will do the condition if that one is greater than 0. Then send input count of n. That means I also need n in here. Yes. Damn, I can't do that. Maybe how bad is that? I'm really worried about pollution. That will contain that element, but then I'll only set the n value in. The n value I get from here. And then I kind of need to store that, which I guess I have to do as that. N. There. So this is just a memory cell. Ah, yeah, T is, yes, T is not good. T is not a great indicator. Let's see, where is it? It's coming in there. Oh, this one is, what? Why is it disabled? Because it is not getting a signal from here. Yes, so it's kind of missing that blue signal here. Now it's open. Now it's active. Bloop. Did that work? Did it work? It counts n equals 17. Yes. So now it needs to calculate backwards of saying, look, if n equals 17, then n plus t. That means I also need at this point input the n number again here, because now the n number is, oh, why do I have it? Do I have it twice now? The n number is not correct, is it? It's 17. Why do I then have it twice as big? Shit. Alright, I get the n number. Yes, n. And I needed the t number. Yeah, okay. I want to make sure that this one should now be disabled, because it will now be taboo. I need the taboo number in, but the taboo number is stuck here together with the n number, and I only want one of them, which means because I need this. Oh, right, hold on, I can't. This has to be stored as a new variable, obviously. Right, so it distinguishes, because then I can just get because there has to be a difference between n and m. The m is there. I feel like maybe I should have one that doesn't require a new city block built every time we can do a loop. I'm lost. It's too late. My eyes are not focusing anymore. You have been focused, so that's totally understandable. I really appreciate it. Doing good work. Okay, so I'm gonna need to have it run another loop before I get a value stored into the M. Why did I lose 2 robots? That's weird. Huh. 400. How are we doing? Okay, so it's just this last corner. All right, so let's see. It won't do anything until it goes another round. We're done. 494, 496, 497, 98, and go. Goes on. Nothing happens here. Nothing has been stored. It only gets stored once it flips in, and then it'll store an M value. The issue is there. Now it stores an M value. It freaking did not store an M value. Why not? Input count of M. Shit, that's right. It was supposed to be M. Ah, shit. It's too many things. It's not really that good, to be honest. The problem here is that I get the value in as an N value, and then I sort of have to transform the N value into some other value. But I also need to store it, and it just becomes like so many iterations of stops, and I know that it doesn't need 5 iterations, right? After all those YouTube videos. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, throw some super bots in. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Just a few. Mm-hmm. Woo. But I don't think it'll matter much because, yeah. As long as something picks up. I think it also might be a good idea to just reset it so it starts over. I like the idea of keeping track of this, of the iteration number. My main concern is that I only have 2 wires, and I have to sort of be balancing between, okay, which one can I use for what? Ugh, a little bit tricky. Yeah. So this one goes, N comes in, and then N goes out. Back from eating. Hello, Spellmore. Oh, whoa, that's, what? How does it go through this fast? N goes out to N. There. And then here. I now have N twice, which sucks. So what I just need here is another one of these stupid ones on road. So that just takes M, multiplies by 1, and get it into an M. I don't like this kind of thing, but I can't seem to help it. So now this is correct. And this one is now, is N greater than U? It should not be. It is because it's not connected. That's probably why. Okay, so it's getting U in, and it doesn't get any N value in. Why is it not getting any N value in? Into the input. Yeah. So now it has M, N, T, and U. Good. You're still in here. And I think we're almost there. Where are the robots stored? Where are they resting? Alright, so let's get this one done. Once this is done, it won't be going in, so it'll loop round many times. And then we see if when the n value exceeds the u value, n exceeds the u, then it will be allowed to go in again. Oh, it is sent out, it comes back, and then I'll look at the n value increments, but the u value does not increment. Good. The issue I have will then be that when it triggers next time, it will not overwrite this calculation, I think. It will just increment, add it on top. Yeah, 49, yes, problem. It should have been reset before. Damn. So it works in order to get the next one in, but I have to reset it before it, because it went from 21 plus the taboo of 7. Then when it get to 28, then it added 28 more, and it shouldn't. It should only add, it should remove the 21 and then add the 28. Then plus the taboo number goes up to 35 and so on and so forth. And it didn't. Of course it didn't. So that's, it needs to sort of reset and then get in. I don't know how to do that. Could you instead have the function countdown from t each iteration, allow the operation with less than 0 reset to t when executed? That might be better. I think I need to I'm taking a break here at midnight, and then we have 1 more hour to go, and I think there might be something. There might be something onto something about that. There, we'll save, and then I'll take a short break. Be back in 2 minutes. Thank you all for joining, and thank you for helping me figure this out late at night. All right, welcome back. Now we're going to try a new, so Fritz, that was a good suggestion. I think that might be a better suggestion. What I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of rebuild this because I don't want it to be locked by this whole design process. I think I'd much rather have it. Oh yeah, now it's just counting up. I wanted to, yeah. I want to build it again somehow. Just in a smaller version so I can control it without sort of accidentally messing up all the rest. Cool. So I'm going to build that thing. That's a given. Come on. Where you at? Oh, you're still building. Never mind. Here. There. So we get the same inputs and outputs here. We are going to get green comes in, and the red just goes straight out. Yes. So now I am getting the N discount in the taboo search. Taboo number I'm getting in. I'm gonna get here and here and here and these things. Yeah. So just trying to simplify it a little bit. So that sends one blue signal, and so what is it actually I want to do here? Ooh. I can't let this one count as well. Yeah, let's make it completely isolated from the other one. There. Okay, so you're still getting the T, the taboo search, and the iron requirement. Yes. You're also getting into this little sub-network. The N number. There. Alright, so that's now working. Oh. So we now have some kind of number. Now, what was the alternative be was that this one, the condition would be something like the taboo number is less than 0, or 0 or less. 0, I guess. Equal to or less than 0. When that is the case, then we send one blue out. Yes, so currently, yeah, we are not getting any signals. So what would I want to get? I would want to say every time it passes by without it going in, that means this field, then we should decrease this number. Let's call it something else instead. That means I need one of these.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Hey Gunther, thank you for the 40 months, 4 metric years of support. That's very, very nice. First, we have to store the number that comes in. When this one triggers, I have to pull in the taboo number plus the... No. Yeah, at that point, I have to pull in the taboo number. Yes. But only when it picks up here. No, it's not good. Yeah, it's actually good. That'll get the hand content there. And that is when this is greater than 0. That's the indicator. Then we will send all the inputs of T. We'll send it in here. All the values of T. We'll send it in. And then we'll store it. And now every time I'm just kind of thinking if it is as simple as just gonna build it here. You're reading from this one, reading it on a pulse, and that is we are getting this signal in, and I multiply it by -1, and then I output it as a T signal. And then I put it in here. And then I guess it's just... Should we try? What's going on now? What does this... This doesn't have any output signal. It only has an input signal. Why does it not have an output signal? That means it doesn't store it. It doesn't work as a storing function. That's the output. So this one will be T less than 0. What? No, T less than 0. What the hell's going on? I don't get it. Oh, right. I'm mixing the signals here. Because this one is the green. That is also connected up there. Damn. I want to see what's actually being... This doesn't have any input signals at all now. Still doesn't have any input signals. Why is it not storing the signal here? When that is greater than 0, and it should be when it comes in here, then I output... Oh, right, of course. Could parameterize T on a combinator. Yeah, I think so. Did you see this on Reddit? No, I didn't see it on Reddit and think I'd do a better job. No, that's not how I don't do Reddit, so... This is purely me wanting to do something that's... This is the annoying part. Like, no matter what, if I started playing, let's say, space exploration, there would undoubtedly be someone coming in and go like, "Oh, you just watched the video by Sisto or Dash Dashington," or like, no, I've been around. I can guarantee you that whoever built this shit, I built it before them. I used this recursive blueprint before Grey Goo did. Before that factory. I have a video 5 years ago that proves that I started working on this. And I did never build a full factory. Obviously not, but that's why we're doing it now, because it feels like that's the last thing. Okay, I don't understand what... Okay, I do understand it, because what happens here is that it sends a signal in. And then it... On this tick, it gets T inbound. But why does it not store it? Because on the next tick, this is not active. And therefore, it doesn't get stuck inside this this storage. Because it has to have a true condition to actually get stuck in there. And this is not a true condition. This is only true for the tick that it starts. And it also has to be true for the following ticks in order to sort of get stuck in the memory cell. If we look at the memory cell over here, the really basic is that it has to have a true condition, and then the input signal gets stuck, and then you reset it, and then it goes away, and then you set it again, and then you reset it and you set it, right? And that's the idea of it. But here I am only giving it a little pip going in. So that means I can't... How the hell do I store the T signal then? I don't like it. I don't like it. I want to take a snapshot of the T at the moment and then decrease it. But if I keep taking the T, then I -1, and then it'll just be like refreshed. Because basically I want, every time this one passes by, let me just try to explain like the essence of it. I want something like this. This one will read the signal, go in here, take the landmine, which is it passes by, multiply by -1, and output it as a T. So this one will then go over here, and if you just do that one, then as it passes by, we should... There, it just -1 T, -1 T, -1 T. Maybe it's actually this part that I need to store in. Yeah. Yeah, so it counts here. And then I have basically another condition there that basically says if T... It sucks that it's actually going to be a... Let's make it as an S. So it's different parameter here. There. When... Could also just multiply it by 1. And then do when S and T equal to each other. When S is equal to or greater than T, then output a blue blob. What? What happened? Oh, right. Blip. So it counts up. Go back. Now it picks up, and then it skips that one. Ugh, I pressed pause, space to pause. That's not working. Oh, I'm not getting the T signal in here. It's around. The S increments. Increment. Increment, and now it will allow it to go in. Bloop. And then this is now the big issue. How do I reset it? I need to reset this one back whenever it exports out. Whenever the condition for the taboo search has been reached, then I need to reset it. Where's the best place to reset it? Like probably on this one. So that when you get out there, you go like, oh yeah, please clear the condition. This is just a true condition. So this could also be like literally any, as long as that is not available, and then that can just be not enabled, but just here. There. That should be a reset condition, right? Because once this one is... Let's try it. This one. So it counts up to 7. 5, 6. Maybe we didn't need to go to 7. There. It now goes in. Holy shit, it worked. Let's go that to 3. Then it'll be faster to check. So it goes by 1, 2, 3, and then it turns on. Thank you, Fritz. That was a good idea. Much easier to implement. All right. Then we just... Now the only difficulty is coloring of this. Okay, so what did I actually do? I said the number of times it passes by just increments. And the condition here is just as long as... Yeah, this is a memory cell that is reset. Yeah, gets incremented. It's actually pretty clever. Huh. I'm kind of surprised by it. I'm gonna kill this bot and see if I can wrangle it into the same existence here. I'd like to have it like this. I think I'd even like it more if it was like that. I kind of feel maybe I should reset the whole... yeah, you know what? Let's reset the whole thing. Let's see if we can do that. First and foremost, how do we pick this up? Bloop. All right, and then we press the big old reset button here. Reset. They're still going to be fixing that. That's the big reset. And then I'm also going to reset this number. Oh, it was actually this one. Trees over-engineered. Yeah, I'm still pretty sure it's over-engineered, but it still works, and we can. I mean, we can always simplify it later, right? That's how it works. All right, let's get this one done, and then we'll delete everything. Actually, let's just delete everything right now. Maybe we need to check how much we have. How are we doing on robots? Let's just clean out the robots and then have. Let's try and see what happens if we only have super bots, to see if it still works. I think it will, but yeah. Let me just stop running back and forth here. There you go. 15, 3. Oh, there they are. The last 11. Good. So... Oh, we shouldn't have thrown those out. Where are the super bots? Yep. And then I'm gonna try saving. 7. There. Okay. That's reset. That's reset. And we will start by putting that one in there. Nothing? What are you waiting for? Oh, you're waiting for us to actually build this stuff. Okay, never mind. Never mind. So the final thing is going to be from here to... Okay. So now it actually works. Because reasons. Let's see what happens here. Maybe I didn't actually want that. Yeah, I don't think I wanted that. That's going to be the last thing once I think I've set it all up. Okay, so let's monitor the middle one. And that will go into the first. Yes. Monitor into here. And it's just monitoring. Okay, so whoop, this goes in here and gets stored. Yep. Then I need to get in here. This is where the second one is also where I get the reset condition, which comes from read hand content. Okay, so the reset condition is also coming here into the second one. That's the reset condition. And then the last bit is the connection from... You are getting the input from the out from S, and then you need T inbound. So you need S and T inbound to this one. How do we get S? T is on this one, and S is here. And it has to be on the green line. S and T. Yep. And then now I check if S is greater than T. It is. Then I will allow it to pick up. That means sending that signal out. Yes. So now S is still very high. But hopefully when it's done building. Why is this? What are you waiting for? You're waiting for a yellow signal. Why did we not get a yellow signal? It stopped. I do need to have some normal bots in here. They're simply too fast. There, 50 of those, and then a couple of hundred of normal ones. It's kind of weird. It feels weird. Yep. A landmine outserter incorrect. No, it's not. You're absolutely right. This one will not be enabled disable. It will be read hand content, and it will send it on a pulse. Boop. Perfect. Thank you. Good spot. Alright, so we're missing a yellow command because this one got stuck because it was simply too fast. So we'll just pick it up and then skip that one. It goes up here. What are we waiting for? We're waiting for this one to go another round, I guess. There we go. It's iterating. Why? Six, 7, and now it should go in. It goes in. It is getting built. And those training yes, they are. But that doesn't matter because it's not going to be train intensive and might be, but it's going to be 1-2 trains. And the spiral pattern means that we'll, yeah, I don't, it's not going to be mega base level, but it's never intended to be mega base level. All right, so let's get this one completed. And then we should see, if we look at this has S7. Come on, get the last few in here. There we go. It goes around. And it says nope. Nope. S equal 2. This one is comparing. S equal 3. S equal 4. 5. 6. 7. And then go. Deploy the next. The factory must expand to meet the demand needs of the expanding factory. Exactly. Right. So the funny thing is, like, does it look like we did anything today? Not really, but I am super impressed by what we've done. Ta-da! It is so ridiculous. I love it. I love it. It's so ridiculous because the great thing about it is, look how small it is. That's what she said. No, don't go there. Don't go there. Let's try to optimize it a little bit. The N is the iteration count. So let's think about how would I clean this up. Like, I really like the idea that I could basically take this thing here and then just stamp it like that. That's as close as we can make it. technically, but no. I'm also would be really cool if I could make do with not having two of these, but that would have to make it closer, and I don't think I want that. I'm kind of thinking if this could be done in a better way, would it be better to have this in the middle? Don't think so, really. I also think that if I make it too close, then not really gonna be great. This will then be, the red wire will go on this belt, yeah, or pipe, or pipe, power pole, yes. So the red will go here. I don't like this one. I don't think this was just for an indicator. What I'd like to have is, I like to have an indicator here if they are stuck in here, right? I'm not having those conditions, so this is basically just go, hey, landmine greater than 0, landmine greater than 0. That's irrelevant because it can only be stuck here. So I need this kind of indicator to give me a sense of, hey, where in the program are we? If I wanted to clean this up, this one I'm not liking very much, the fact that this is necessary. And it's only necessary for this one. So, could I could definitely take this here. And these two here. And now I've completely forgotten what I was supposed to do. Alright, let's try and see if we can make it work. That one goes in. That's the monitoring on this belt here. Then from this one, I go into the next on a red wire. That means from here into that one on a red wire. But this one also has the input from the reset condition. Yes. And then it goes into that one. And you have output-wise and input-wise. Input-wise, you need to get it up from here. Yes, because it needs T and that. And then output-wise, it goes back to complete that loop. All right. Now, this I also need to clean up a little bit. Now I have no idea what this one was connected to, but that's kind of why we copied it. Okay, so let's red wire over to the inserter. Red wire to the inserter. Could I? Props to the people who can code in this esoteric language. Psh, yep. Do you want the same value for T on all modules? If not, you can get rid of the global green wire connection. Oh, what? Global green wire connection? No, because I still need to know the green wire is carrying the signal from the network, the central nerve system that actually tells us what I need. So this global green wire is telling us the iteration count, the taboo number, and also the reset condition, and then the materials we need. Oh, to third combinator. Oh, right. Yeah, otherwise I could just make this individual for each, but I do want it to be a global parameter. That's why I put it up here. I want it to be global. Yes. Very keen on this. Okay, let me just figure out. This one is red in, red onwards. That's the same as this one now. You have... goes red up to where? To the central one as output? Yes. Red up to the central one. Yeah, and that continues onwards. This is the reset condition. And this will then be 8, for example. Because that would be like copper smelting or something. It's not great, to be honest. Like, the fact that these are not next to each other, like, wouldn't it be better if the combinators were sort of next to each other and then that input would slant it over there? I think that would be better. This one also seems a little bit odd, but it kind of goes from here into there, so it's okay to be like this. I actually think this looks better than that one, if I look at it, even though it then gets a little closer. I was just thinking that I'd want the space here, but I don't think I do. Also, I could just get that signal somewhere else. That one, and you go back out. And then I'm gonna have somewhere, maybe that's actually a better location to... No, it's not. This is the right location. And then the function should be in the middle. I can't believe all of this magic here is... If I make a mod, the mod picker dollies allow you to move combinators around without losing the wire connections. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's a really good one. What is it called? Mod picker dollies. The mod picker dollies. Picker dollies? That's a weird name. Hopefully it just does that. I don't like the fact that you say picker. I have an extreme aversion against the picker mod. Picker dollies. Picker, pipe tool. Yeah, it's Nexela. Yeah. Okay, so I'll explain the story of why I don't like picker tool. Is that it was added by Nexela for Arumba, so that anything Arumba wanted was just put into that mod, kind of like the way that some of my mods are like that. But that meant that the picker tool was kind of like, hey, you have to play exactly like Arumba wants to play, because that's now how it's implemented, this bloated mod that does everything. And hopefully 5 years later it looks like it's been split into different things. But that was why I didn't like it, because it was like, I don't want to play that way, but now I suddenly have a mod that changes a million random things in a million arbitrary ways because one content creator felt it made more sense to do that. I'm like, I don't want to touch those kind of mods for obvious reasons, right? But it looks like it's been split into multiple things. So we'll add it. Anyone know how to get rid of that message? And continue. So now this picker dolly thing, what do I have to do then? That did too much. Later the author made it into separate mods. I completely agree. I had the same problem with picker. Okay, thank you. Thank you, because it's like a really specific thing, and it might be like, oh, okay, it's just because it's somewhere else. But for example, the calculator UI that Vichu created also has a special mode for me because I just wanted that function. Yeah, shift arrows or something. Shift arrows? How? I don't know. What did I just do? No, I did something. What is that thing? What did I now have a simply what? I don't know what I did. I think I might have done that thing. Oh, that's cool. Pretty. Oh, that's actually really nice. That's nothing to do with that mod, by the way. But that was just so you can actually copy text onto a combinator instead. So you can tell this combinator is doing this instead. Take the key bindings. Have I ever looked in key bindings? I don't know. Oh, maybe it's not actually included. It probably isn't, so never mind. All right. This is a thing. So, do we think it works? Well, there's only one way to know. Google it. Are you down here? Yeah, you're down there. Okay, so what is not working? Ah, what is not working is that this one is not getting a pickup signal because it doesn't have anything inbound. Now it gets a pickup signal because now it gets like the N value, the taboo value, the fact that it requires iron. It goes in here. It's now waiting for it to get built. Did market dependencies right? Yeah, usually they just get those. Did you sigma those up? No, I just loaded the save, but it might have been like I thought it also depended also added the dependencies. But oh well, it did not, it seems. I've taken some of those out. What, less of the bad ones? There, so it should be, yeah, 120. 100 bad ones, 20 good ones. Let's see if that gets better. All right, what is going on here now? You are not allowed to come in here because we're still iterating through the taboo list. 4. 5. I am just okay. So the coolest thing about this, and I just need someone to find it because I often get asked the question. So in your new job, do you use your education? And I go like, I use it way more in my new job, as in a content creator, than I did in my old job, being a senior manager or in a large one of the largest freight forwarding companies. You'd think that you'd use your logistics and transport master more there, but actually, like, I have not touched the taboo search algorithm since I was building transport planning algorithms back in 2007. And that was my first job. I remember fondly me and the lead development architect going into a room and just yelling at each other, and because he was always looking at it from a development perspective and I was looking at it from a mathematical perspective and modeling, and like, so we were like, but that's not, like, but this is super fast. But yeah, but it's such a bad algorithm. So it was good. It was super good. It was like it was the best. I was like, want to get a beer? Yeah, let's get a beer. That's the real. That's like, oh man, I have so fun memories of that because it was just it was so it was passion for our craft, right? And it was just like, and he was like, you don't know programming. I was like, oh, you don't know mathematics. Like, oh, and then we end up with something that was pretty damn cool. And then he built something, and then I was like, okay, but it doesn't perform. And I tested it, and I was like, okay, I think the issue is this part. And it was really cool. We built some pretty great stuff. Yeah. But then when I started to become a project manager, it was more PowerPoints and Excel sheets and meetings and stuff like that. And as I became more into a management role, it became even more of reporting and meetings and summaries and presentations and appraisals and reviews and all that stuff. And less transport, logistics, mathematics, modeling. Then I could then get a bear. Rah. Yeah. So I think that's and now we actually implemented a taboo search algorithm in Factorio, and that is that's I love that. Um, Now let me say something that every developer has always said, and every developer hates that they said it in hindsight. Ready? I don't think I need to document any more than I already have. It's pretty self-explanatory. I'm sure that when I look at this in a week's time, I'll be able to intuit what's going on. I don't need to do any documentation, right? Hmm. I'm in this comment. I don't like it. Yeah. Well, not documenting your code is certainly a way to make sure that you don't get fired and someone else takes your job because your monstrosity no one can maintain. Game to have company. I want to crawl through my screen right now. Oh, nice. I knew I could trigger some people. I could make some people feel really hit, really, um, yeah, not targeted, but yeah, seen. Oh, do you know what? I actually don't need the N anymore. I don't need this. This one is not relevant. I'm not using it for anything. So I don't need it. I was just noticing that it works fine without it. Uh, when I wrote this, only myself and God knew how it works. Now only God knows. Maybe. Um, yeah. I'd like to sort of, yeah, I think template function. Um, that one should be changed back to 7 because that's actually, yeah, this one is not needed anymore. Mm-hmm. I'm not 100% sure that it works, so I can't really, I don't dare remove this. I want to see this here. Anything extra over on this side, that's just a little template memory cell. Let's move it down. Yeah. This one is closed. This one is actually reset. This is a little bit complicated, but this one is really well documented, I think, by pretty much all standards. That's pretty good, right? So now we actually have the indicators. So now they are actually on the triggers here. This one is okay. It's waiting for it to be done. I have indicated. Yeah. Now they are documented. I do want a list of local global. No, no. I did need a list of global parameters, global conditions, things, right? And on the red and green wire. Yeah, let's do that. Let's yeah. It's on the red wire. There. So on the red wire, and then the actual. Okay. So what do we have on this wire? What is it I'm transporting on the red wire? The red wire is red wire. There. Information to. Information from network and deployer to function. Yes. Once again, now you can use blue belts instead of yellow. The race condition is gone. Yes, that's true. Race conditions. That's what are the difference in factory size cap between a fully automated factory like you are designing and a standard mega factory build? This one will not be mega factory. I don't think this can sustain 1,000 signs per minute. Don't think it can support that. Because the train intersections will be, and I'm also going to use 1-2 trains, and I don't build module builds or module beacon builds. I want to build smaller builds. So I'm planning on being able to stamp down the blueprint, and then as that happens, it'll eventually grow up to be a base maybe 300 signs per minute. That would be a good target for me. If you want to build mega base, 1,000 signs per minute is not a big deal, but you do need to have modules and beacons. And if you want to go like more than 5,000, then you have to really think about optimizing your train network. If you want to push 10,000, you have to optimize your calculations in game to make sure that your PC can handle it. Offsetting the trains from center block to alleys. Yes, that's what we do here. And we're also going to use only 1-2 trains. Jeff got us into that, but not sure I'm liking it, but hey. What's going on? Are we in oh, we're in the taboo loop. Huh, hold on. I definitely should have an indicator of us being in a taboo. Right? That's pretty damn important. That's going to be from the input size. It's basically going to be this condition. This is on when S is less than T. Oh, it's not right now. Boop. Now it's building it. This one should actually be red. That would be so nice if this one was red. I wish we could sort of, I mean, you could use color, but I need to send a color in here, and I don't have somewhere to send a color in. Then I'd have to go, like, just add this one just for a color that I don't really like. But it would be nice to do this, just so that I know this is blocked off. Closed. And this is getting what? This is a green. I guess I could also just get a green one here. And then use color. Should still work. So now we're in taboo land. That's my global green. Yeah, but I don't. This is. It's just used leached for over here. It doesn't go the other way. There's no signal going the other way because the. There is actually. When something is in here, I get. Yeah, but it only goes here, so it doesn't go any further because there's a red connection here. So potentially, I'm leaking a landmine icon into that one, which isn't a problem. But it's nice to say that it's green and then this one is red because it's now in taboo. Yeah, that's nice. So I'm like, why are we not building iron? Oh, it's currently in taboo. Okay, perfect. And now I know that I actually would like to have another color here. Yeah. A little crowded. And let's see. I want it a little bit different. It's a bit, oops, it's a bit silly, but no green connection. Oh, there's a green connection there, and then a red connection there. Then I'm not breaking anything. This one is blue. It's greater than or is equal to 2. So it now needs to be green is please give me something. Yellow is I am in the process of executing it. Red, don't get in here. But I can't be a red and a green at the same time because green can also be like I am open to getting stuff in here. More colored wires. I think we'd just be more careless about it. Come on. I want to get this faster to resolution. Whoa! It did not work. Oh, of course, fucking of course. This one is equal to 1. So the green means that there is a demand. The yellow one means that it's processing. The red one means that it's in taboo. That should be yes. And if I just remove that one, then it stops being green. I think that's a good place to end. Yep. Propagating. Leaking. How easy is it to explain this system? It's kind of complicated. Look, it's self-explanatory. Don't worry. Until next Sunday, I'm sure that it'll be like, oh, what the hell? I'm gonna make once. I think after the next stream, I will because next time we want to build what I would call the central nervous system with how to receive information from the network about demands. So, self-documenting. It's self-expanding. It's also self-documenting. It's so intuitive. Cool. Hurry up and save before I mess anything up. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. It's been super amazing, and thank you so much for that glorious hype train. It was Stinoshko and Gynacube who carried that train, and that was absolutely amazing. So thank you, everyone. I will see you guys tomorrow for some, I hope, for some more Icarus. We have quite a challenging run, so that's going to be, yeah, so it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be challenging. And Tuesday, my plan is to try Small Land, which is a new survival game that kind of like Grounded, but fairies, but still kind of like Grounded. We'll give it a shot. And then I'm going to take Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday off. So, celebrating Easter. Thank you very much. I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow. Good night. Take care. And stay effective.